You're listening to Breeze 93.9 FM. KUAM-FM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
And I don't mean to cramp your style. Sometimes I wonder just how things happen this way. And I'm just reminiscing about one beautiful night we once met. Through with the club. Oh, sweet darling, what did I do to deserve you? What did I say? What did I say to make your angel eyes turn my way? If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. Said I'm about to leave for the road, and I'll take you with me in my heart. And I'll get down on my knees, I'll get down on my knees, I'll get down on my knees. I pray to the Lord your soul to keep. Baby, baby, just one request. Keep 2 keys in your prayer. Said I'm about to leave for the road, and I'll take you with me in my arms. And I'll get down on my knees, and I'll get down on my knees, and I'll get down on my knees, and I pray to the Lord my soul to keep. Baby, baby, just one request. Keep 2 keys in your prayer. And I'm wondering, whoa, sweet darling, what did I do to deserve you? What did I say? What did I say to make your angel eyes turn my way? If only I had, if only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. Giving it all to you, baby. And I'm wondering, oh, sweet darling, what did I do to deserve you? What did I say? What did I say to make your angel eyes turn my way? Oh, if only I had, if only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. Giving it all to you, baby. If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe.
Rosinha uli di sombranzette. Rosinha uli di sombranzette. E zu te saluda antes di niga razzauzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distanza como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues attensan ni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big islas en Paraiona, Parai Gloria, a viva islas en paz.
day, yeah, we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise, yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast, yo. I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Ass and beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me Scoop Dog on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Joint is where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Man with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the Chelus, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. I gotta get some brew cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree. Relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat. So we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh, yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, chilling down in the wonderful village of Humane. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we do it down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
So here we go, yeah.
Let me take you to an
Hungan,
island
hungan, hungan.
where the sun never stops shining.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason. Solace.
Good morning.
Right on. Good morning.
We're here.
We are here. Yes, present. All here.
Bridget. Here, miss.
Right. Let me see your fafa. Raise your hand if you're here.
Here,
Right on.
Did you guys always say that? Did you say here or present?
present.
Or yes?
Yeah.
Present?
I just said, ha.
Well, Bree's a military kid, so yeah. I
Right.
would say
She was like,
present.
present, aye. Is that how you said it, Bree?
No.
No.
Well,
Okay.
One of my friends.
Hey, Joe, sir. Good morning. It's a beautiful morning, Jay. I don't know if you saw the sky. You have to take time to appreciate these kind of things.
Thank you, God.
Turquoise and pink. Beautiful, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm
As
a
opposed
sky
to the
guy.
last 2 days when it's still been dark outside around
Yeah.
this time.
Yep. Dark and gray and rainy. It's Wednesday, guys. August 4th, 2021. See this hump? We're going to get over it together.
Wait.
All rise over the hump.
And it took about 19 minutes for us to make our first All Rise reference.
Right on.
Right out of the gate.
Good morning. It's 6:18. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. As well, yeah, we're going to be talking about the All Rise. We're getting Adam Gerlani. He's a concerned citizen and a veteran. He testified at the was it Bill 75, Bree?
Or 65.
One of these bills relative. It's Senator Moylan's bill that was heard before Senator Joseph Augustine's committee.
Passionate testimony, too.
Yeah. So
Very
we're
heartfelt.
going to play a little snippet of that coming up on the show. And then we're getting, I believe we're getting Mr. Chima back on because, wow, it's kind of funny. He was on yesterday and he was talking about how we're in a such a great place. And then, you know, a few hours later, we got the word that there were how many new?
29 last night.
29 new COVID-19 cases reported yesterday or last night. And then Monday, we saw the weekend reporting. Was it 23? Yeah. So
But the funny thing is the
52
numbers.
new cases in the last couple days.
The numbers last night, right, Bree, are so like 29 last night out of 800 and something.
Yeah, can we
test
pop these
samples.
things? Oh, let's just get right into this because Bree was looking at this. What is it? It's called the situation.
no, it's the JIC report.
it's the
well,
JIC
yeah,
report,
you
yeah.
may say the daily summary.
Yeah, so pop those things up and let me kind of give you a little behind the scenes of what Sabrina Salas Mantonani looks at when she kind of dissects these Joint Information Center releases. Bree.
Right. So I looked at the status and then the isolation location. So with the status part, when you just look at the numbers, the COVID-19 deaths, right, 143 active isolation. So on the first to the second, there was 69, then 89, so this is 20, an additional 20, right? But then when you go into the civilian and the military, so in the civilian part, on the first, there were 8,058 cases, and then for military civilian on the following day, it was 8,064, which shows that was 24, right? 24 civilian COVID cases. But then when you look at the military, it jumps from 506 on the first and then to 529, which actually this is wrong because I went all the way back to July 28th.
Yeah.
But anyway, you could see that there's an increase in the number of military cases. So if you compare July 28th all the way to August 2nd, there were 40 new military positive cases, where in the civilian side there were 24. So I'm just kind of curious as to where the military
Right.
positives are coming from, because we do have that major military exercises going on.
We sure do.
And it was actually brought up in the, now that you bring that up, Bree, it was brought up in the press conference with the two generals on Saturday. One of the reporters that was there was asking if the participants, like the military personnel, had availed of, the beaches, some of the businesses and everything like that. And they said, we're all about business first and everything like that. But both generals said they've done tours here and they've been here before, and they said they can qualify how wonderful Guam is. And they said at some point, after their duties are done, like some of the service members, I believe, would maybe have the opportunity to get around.
Maybe they're all over the place. You've been down to Tumon. It's like, 5 ships are in. But Bree, what I was wondering, I was trying to remember, is back during the pandemic when we were asking about these, quote unquote military cases. Would that include like guard personnel? Can't, yeah. So
I would think so, but I'm not. I would think, but I'm not sure.
okay, so we'll find out. We'll get to the bottom of it. But that, and that's really
That is the number that really jumps out, though, like the
Yeah.
military one. Like,
And
it did
you-
go up by 20.
good on you, Bree, because like you said, they just dumped this info on us. It's like 29 positive, bleh, and you don't know anything. I mean, so you got to go in here and kind of extrapolate.
And it doesn't really tell you
Extrapolate or whatever
in
it
the summary. It's like there were 2 or whatever it was that travel related somewhere in quarantine, caught in quarantine.
You know what also stuck out to me is like looking at those numbers from last night. Just the fact that on Monday there were 818 test samples just on Monday alone. So a lot
Right.
of people are going out and getting tested.
Correct. Yeah.
Mhm.
Correct.
Either
But
meaning
in the 29 cases, a majority of them were military. Majority of them. I think it was 23.
Yeah. And see,
23 military. I think I sent it to you last night.
what
too.
Bree is doing is she's just comparing these JIG reports day to day, which is what we're forced to do as a media. I mean, God forbid we do a little math. But on August 1st, there were 31 military in isolation, and then on August 2nd, it jumped to 54. Right, and you can also see the status of the total cases here. Military went from 506 to 529 from August 1st to August 2nd. And Jay, I don't know if you saw, but your friendly car score is up to 1.7.
it has not been above 1.2 in, I want to say, at least 3 or 4 months.
Right. Yeah.
I saw that last night and I was like, "Oi, 1.7."
So if you're into this car score thing,
I was trying to keep. I was
I never been. To me, it's not inaccurate. It doesn't. 1.7 of anything doesn't mean anything really. But we don't get Dr. Cabrera on anymore.
That was not the score I was keeping tabs on last night until like it came out. I was trying to watch like Simone Biles, like
Right,
3.5 difficulty, and then when
Yeah.
that 1.7 car score came in, I was like, oh boy, that I jumped back at that one.
You jumped back
And the car score itself has been like
pretty low.
well
I
yeah,
mean-
and it's been vacillating a lot lately. It was 1.1 yesterday. Before that, it was like it was below,
Yeah.
it was sub 1, and then
Yeah.
I mean it's been
It's
jumping.
always
all over the
concerned
place.
when there's a high level of vacillation with the car score, Jay. Yeah, it's a 1.7, but hee hee ha ha, as you were, keep on. As of course the restrictions have been lifted. I think what it kind of comes down to, guys, is, and I mean it's a hard pill to swallow. We're just not going to eradicate the COVID. You know what I mean? We're not. I don't think we're ever going to get back to those days of 0.000000010 positives. And it's just so confusing about the information they come out with. You hear national media reports that say those who are vaccinated early on are more susceptible to getting the Delta variant, and then you also hear that we don't have to worry about the Delta variant. So I don't know. Just do your part, you guys. We made it this far, even with all these confusing government mandates and instructions and ideas. We made it this far by holding hands, not literally, figuratively, holding hands through the valley of the pandemic. So let's just continue to do what we need to do, and we'll do our part to get you the information about, where these positive cases are coming from. But it is frustrating when you get public health on, and I guess it's relatively speaking, and they say, oh, we're in a really good spot, right? Because,
You trust us.
yeah, and that was kind of the gist of what Chimo was saying, was that people have come to trust public health.
One thing also is somebody was bringing up to me. I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, we're in herd immunity, so 80% of Guam has now like been vaccinated." I'm like, keep in mind that's 80% of the adult population,
Yeah. And
not the entire population, not the young, not really young people and everything, but that's just adults.
And we saw this week kind of start off with Dr. Ho Wen from the Physicians Advisory
Yes.
Group talking about exactly what Jason's saying, the young children who are at risk of catching this Delta variant. So just be safe, guys. And we're getting public health on again, but I asked this time specifically for more information on these positive cases and the contact tracing and all that stuff, so we can just really nail it down.
In the JIC release last night, all it said was like, okay, this is the number, and that was it. There was nothing about anything about travel related. They usually have like a line or two.
Right, yeah.
It was just
Why is that, I wonder?
maybe because 23 out of the 29. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the thing. And you don't want to have people not know. But, that's kind of par for the course. Nobody knows about the guidelines for the ARP funds. Nobody knows about the status of the Rise All Rise situation. Nobody knows because nobody's telling us. 628. Good morning, Jay.
Yeah.
Here's who's coming on the show. Today we got a big, huge show. It's so huge. So huge. We had to take all the air out of it just to get it. When I took it down from the car, I was like, okay, deflate. We're getting Glenn Lujan, Josh St. Augustine, the Hufford Age podcast. This is going to be awesome. Their Coming Out Stories podcast.
Yes.
Okay.
And that the world premiere is going to happen right here on Facebook, 10 a.m. today. So you can watch it live. You can add your comments, and Josh and Glenn both host a roundtable of members of the LGBTQ community locally who talk about, revealing their truth.
Right. And then we're getting Adam Drelon, concerned citizen and veteran, and testifier at Bill 65.
Lone testifier.
The lone testifier. And this is a bill that would.
There's two different bills, right?
Yeah,
All we
okay.
know is that it would amend the RISE Act. It would kind of like make no more excuses for the governor to just pay it out. I mean, she doesn't have any right now,
Oh, God.
but just to pay it out, removes the cap, kind of loosens the requirements for the application, things like that. It just streamlines the process.
Yeah, so he's coming on. I did see in another media where Crystal Pacos and Augustine was quoted as saying that the administration is still waiting for the final guidelines of for spending the American Rescue Plan. So that, and we're getting DPHS Speaker Theresa Lahi, Buddy Orsini, the Guam Contractors Licensing Board, as they're doing some investigating of their own over at the Marble Cave area. John Fernandez, GDOE Superintendent, school starting right around the corner, guys. We'll try again with Dr. Mike Bavacqua, the Guam Museum. There's a kids fishing derby coming up, and we'll get an update from the director, Chelsea Munya-Breck, Director of Department of Ag. Then we're going to tell you a little bit more about Giving Tuesday and our efforts locally that are in line with kind of like the national trend of giving. And then we have our Greater Good segment this morning with Guam Windward Memorial. So it is definitely a packed show right here on the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Let's go ahead and do the news, shall we, at 6:30 on this Wednesday Hump Day with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani.
Off it, everybody. As you make your way out the door, you can expect some isolated showers this morning, but then expect the downpour to continue with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms developing around lunchtime. Winds will be south at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Meanwhile, a high surf advisory and high risk of rip currents advisory has been extended for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan until 11 o'clock this morning. Large breaking waves of 7 to 9 feet are expected for west-facing reefs of the Marianas. Dangerous swimming and surfing conditions and localized beach erosion are expected. Inexperienced swimmers should remain out of the water if caught in a rip current. Relax and float. Do not swim against the current. If unable to escape, face the shore and call or wave for help. Large breaking waves can knock people down and cause serious injuries. Strong rip currents can drag people out to sea. So basically just stay out of the water. The island recorded 29 new positive cases of COVID. The results are from 873 tests performed on the 2nd. According to the Joint Information Center, 4 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,593 officially reported cases of COVID, with 143 deaths. 89 cases are active, and a total of 8,361 people have recovered. A total of 2 people are hospitalized. The CAR scores increased to 1.7. It's not good news for island residents' pocketbooks as the price for gas at Mobil and Circle K 76 gas stations have risen by 15 cents. The prices on their billboards display that prices at the pump are now $4.76. It was a little over a week ago when gas prices decreased to $4.71 to $4.61. As of Tuesday night, Shell gas stations had not raised their gas prices. Units from the Guam Fire Department responded to a structure fire on Leon Guerrero Street in Barrigada. According to GFD spokesperson Cherika Targaloff, 911 received a call at 9:25 last night. The fire, which was confined to the kitchen, was under control minutes later. The lone resident was treated on scene for injuries and refused transport to the hospital. And here's more news with Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. The governor says she's waiting for guidance from the Treasury Department before she release all rights pandemic assistance payments. But Senator Jim Moylan says she already has it. He says the issue was covered in a frequently asked questions memo issued by the Treasury Department back on July 19th. KUAM's Nestor Lacanto has more.
Moylan says it's right there in black and white. FAQ 2.6. It asks, may recipients use funds to respond to the public health emergency and its negative economic impacts by providing direct cash transfers to households?
Well, the answer is yes.
The governor has said she won't use any of the more than $600 million she received from the American Rescue Plan until she receives the final guidance that specifically authorizes it. But Moylan says the FAQ makes it clear she can.
It went on further to state that, local governments can even consider the amounts previously paid by the federal government. In other words, the federal government provided us with $1,400. And the current RISE Act says $800. So I think certainly we can increase that to $1,000 for individuals and $2,000 for joint filers.
In the meantime, Reventax has been working on the verification process for the applications. Moylan says that's another unnecessary reason for delay.
I don't blame Department of Revenue Taxation at all. They are doing their best to follow, and they're getting their instructions and have been talking to the Attorney General. But the governor can stop this with an executive order.
Senators will also be considering legislation to remove the cap and extend the payment deadline so everyone who qualifies will get paid.
From what I've seen, the governor will act on her own time. But it's not stopping us from saying that the time is right to pay the people of Guam.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Residents have been impatiently waiting for the direct assistance. The applications for the All Rise Pandemic Assistance Program are still not available as Reventax is still working on them. But over in the CNMI, Governor Ralph Torres has already begun spending his money. We spoke to him in an interview for KUAM's In Full Zoom segment.
We're fortunate here because our budget at $200 million, we have close to $500 million on ARPA funds. But want to make sure that we give the whole cabinet members, the departments, helping private sectors. We have, believe $500 the stimulus that we're giving out to the community, and that would be like a credit card.
The cards have a wide variety of approved uses, but can only be spent within the CNMI. Torres says he discussed it with key cabinet members beforehand, and they believe such disbursements and others will be allowed under the Treasury guidelines.
I mean, there's so much things that I wanted to share, but at the end of the day, we want to do it right. We want to expedite this because we have limited time to spend. And I'm glad that we've been spending this money already, and we're excited for it.
You can catch the full interview with Governor Torres along with other members of his Council of Economic Advisors on next week's In Full Zoom segment. A bill to authorize a commercial submerged land license to GTA for landing its telecommunications cables was passed by senators to the voting file during session Tuesday. The measure was tabled yesterday while amendments were made to provide more benefits and protections for the Chamorro Land Trust, who controls the land on the Alupang Reef Flat in Tamuning. Main sponsor Senator Joe San Augustine says the changes provide a win-win for both the trust and the local telecommunications industry.
In passing the bill, we will provide additional revenue for our CLTC to execute their mandates, not just from GTA, but from all other carriers as well. I appreciate the work the Speaker and her committee has performed by producing this substitute. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation so we can move forward in building capacity for our island's telecommunication that will keep our island connected to the world.
Session resumes this morning. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
There's been more revealed about the solar farm project in Manila that has ruined one of Guam's historic and popularly visited landmarks. Although we've been showing you the muddied mess, attention is now turning to who was responsible for monitoring the project to ensure the contractors were doing what they said they were going to do to protect the environment. Here's what the solar farm contractor, here's more.
Here's what the solar farm contractor, Samsung E&C America, Inc. was supposed to do.
According to their erosion and sediment control plan, there was supposed to be 5 ponding basins constructed prior to any earth-moving work.
Instead, there were 2, and according to Guam EPA spokesperson Nick Lee, based on follow-up inspections, the contractor is working on addressing the notice of violation issued to the company last week.
There's also silt fence repair work being completed at Pond 2, as the portion of the silt fence experiences the most pressure from the rainwater runoff. Berm sloping work also continues at Pond 4, with excess material outside that berm being removed. Swell improvements are also taking place at Ponding Basin 5B, with the edges of the swell trimmed to provide a wider channel for the flow of water.
Senator Joanne Brown is a former deputy administrator of Guam EPA and a former director of the Department of Public Works. Both are agencies that approve the plans for the contractor, and apparently both, according to Brown, dropped the ball. The solar farm project is more than halfway completed with the installation of more than 150,000 solar panels.
I understand Guam EPA is no larger than it was when I was deputy back in the early 90s. But what we do is we maximize our presence. And certainly when you have a substantially sized project like this particular project in Marbo, you do regular inspections. And so I'm a bit concerned as to whether or not Guam EPA not only has been doing regular inspections, but whether or not they've been requiring the contractor to take corrective action. It's one thing to approve these projects and allow them to go out there, but you don't sit around and wait till you get a report. DPW is the ultimate because, you circulate your permit among different agencies and get their approval, but the ultimate signature that activates that permit is DPW. So certainly DPW should have also been out there. And have they? Perhaps they were, but, the evidence kind of says otherwise.
Guam EPA did not provide information on how many times inspections were conducted, but Lee confirms a complaint was filed and Guam EPA followed up with their inspections and issued the NOV. He also cited the lack of manpower at the agency.
We would like to be everywhere as much as we can. Unfortunately, we don't have, the proper human resources to pull that off.
The contractor, as we reported, faced an $18 million penalty, but local law only allows a maximum fine of $125,000. An oversight hearing into the mess at Marble Cave area is pending. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The Senate introduced the text of the roughly $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill. A bipartisan group of senators hammered out the final details of the measure, which could be passed this week. Natalie Brand reports.
The Senate is on track to vote on the roughly $1 trillion infrastructure bill this week after weeks of negotiations.
Our colleague's draft text provides a good and important jumping-off point for what needs to be a robust and bipartisan process out here on the floor.
The bill includes new funding to fix roads and bridges, public transit, to expand broadband internet access, and to upgrade the water system.
While creating millions of new jobs, a lot of them without college degrees at the same time.
The bipartisan legislation does not raise any new taxes, but is paid for largely by redirecting unused COVID relief money and by enforcing tax laws, including on cryptocurrencies.
This is a bill which is paid for and that gives the American people say they desperately need, and that is an upgrade in our infrastructure.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says as soon as the physical infrastructure bill is passed, Democrats will take up the $3.5 trillion budget resolution focused on what they're calling human infrastructure, such as child care.
If the Senate does not pass the reconciliation bill, we will uphold our end of the bargain and not pass the bipartisan bill until we get all of these investments in.
Some moderate Democrats say the House should vote on physical infrastructure regardless of the reconciliation bill.
I've always believed that everything should rise or fall on its own merits.
Democrats need the support of moderates such as West Virginia's Joe Manchin and Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema to pass the reconciliation bill in the Senate without GOP support. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Somewhat sad today, and particularly Republicans.
And that's your news. We'll have more on the link after the break.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
Driver for me run out of gas, me not a star. Hey, me run out of gas, me not a star. Watch it. So me push me car to a gas station, fill it up, turn up me radio. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Bigger reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some roots music. Little waffle that me sight up me brethren. Little reasoning.
Hey, 648, good morning. Love that four-piece band. Feel this. Right here on the link. Good morning. Morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. Jason Salas, good morning as well, my friend.
Yeah, good morning. And it is going to be a very, very good morning for those of you who are fans of the Hoffaday Zoo podcast.
Right on.
It's a monthly podcast that we have on the KUAM Podcast Network where we feature conversations and inspirational stories, educational information brought to you by members of Guam's LGBT community, hosted by Josh Augustine and Glenn Lujan. We got a clip that we want to play. We're going to bring Josh and Glenn in just momentarily, but let's go ahead and play that clip. And so here's a sneak preview of episode 2, which drops today on YouTube and on Facebook, both of them live. You can join the conversation. That's coming up at 10. But here is a sneak preview of today's show.
It's actually, because of us, it's actually helping them to express themselves more, you know, so it's really nice when you see that.
Well, I like to think of us like the runway.
Right.
And then they're the models walking.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Like, watch your step. Don't fall. When you get
Keep
to
your
the
head
end of
up.
the stage, turn right.
No, but you know, I mean, and that's like what Ernesto said, you know, just channel that and, you know, promote that positivity.
Yep.
And, you know, bring out the talents of everyone. And that way, you know, they don't suffer from depression or, you know, and we do have a lot of our LGBT and our queer people, you know, going through that. And,
yeah, we do. I remember.
We do.
Forgot. I'm thinking it was still when I was working in sales. I had one of our customers. We became like close just through interactions, you know, with what I did. And I remember one day she just asked me like, Josh, like I've never physically seen you, because when they come to pick up the stuff that they ordered, it's never her. It's always one of the people under her. And she just asked me out of the blue one day, she's like, are you? And I'm like, am I what? Dracula? She starts laughing. She goes, no. And I'm like, just say it. I already know what you're going to ask. And she's like, are you gay? And I'm like, yeah, I am. And I remember she was struggling with that because she has a son who she thinks is, but you know, she knows that he is, rather. And then he was struggling with coming out with that, and she's like, do you have any advice or anything like that? And I said, honestly, don't ask him. I mean, you can ask him if you want to, but I said, but I think it would be better if he came out to you. She's like, when I was like, make him do it on his own terms.
Right.
Because he'll be more comfortable that way.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a better like connection. And I was like, but do you accept him? She's like, of course. Yeah. I'm like, okay, that's all he needs. He just needs your support. That's it. You don't need to do anything. I said, whenever he's ready, he's gonna do it. Trust me.
Yo, Josh, actually, that's funny that you say that, because my mom, when I was growing up, it was just me and my mom for a while. And, you know, I was a very eccentric little toddler, and, she already knew something wasn't altogether, like the other boys, like the other kids. And so she took me to, I think, a psychologist. Oh, and she was like, she was like, what's going on? Like, and the psychologist kind of said, like, if he was gay, would you love him any less? And my mom said, no. And then the psychologist was like, well, then that's it. That's enough. And so it's really touching, actually, like when my mom tells me that story. Like, she gave me unconditional love from the start. And I think mothers always know, like, more than fathers, but the mothers always know your kid.
I think the father knows, but the father kind of puts it in the back of his mind.
He doesn't want to know.
He doesn't want to know because that's my son.
This is my son. He's going to be the provider, the man.
The mother's like, fine, if he's a boy or girl, he's fine, Mothers are always happy with
hello, we can do that still.
I played
just
football.
One little interesting.
I played football. I played a lot of really
well, at least I tried.
I was scared of sports.
I played soccer. I played football. I play baseball, softball,
Just don't ask me to play
volleyball.
volleyball because when that ball comes to me, I'm like, I run off the court. I
You
literally
got
do.
it.
I am not gonna get that ball. I'm not gonna.
You got it.
I'm not gonna hit myself because I would not bruise myself.
I'm like, Blondie, it's like 3 feet away from you. It's still far.
But yeah, mothers know. Yeah, that's why even like my mom, she goes, I don't know what's wrong with you. I'm like, okay.
Right. A mother's love is very unconditional. Some mothers do. Some mothers do come to that point where they just don't accept because they too have high expectations. But it's very rare you find a mother like that. Very rare.
Yeah, I was gonna say not to say that it doesn't happen because I do
Yeah.
know some people where it was the father figure
That
or
was
the
accepting.
father that was more accepting
Right.
versus the mother.
And it does happen, but it's rare. There's rare occasions when it does happen, and when it happens, I feel sorry for those that it happens to because, like I said, a mother's love is no
Trying to
other.
change
But the
it.
story is beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
And later on down the line when they get they become close to the mother finally starts to accept them. They that story that they start to tell of how the mother became acceptant to them, acceptant to them and stuff like that. It's beautiful. Sometimes when I hear somebody's story, I do admit I do cry. I get dramatic like her.
Mine's beautiful, but it's kind of lame compared to all of you guys. No, literally, because remember what I shared on the last episode. You remember I was telling you, Kelly and I got into this huge argument, and at the time I had a boyfriend, and she was
How old were you when you had a boyfriend?
Huh?
How old were you when you had a boyfriend?
My first boyfriend?
The one, yeah. I forgot.
No, because I believe he was my second.
Wow. You're already a player.
Okay.
No, I wasn't a player.
So then what happened?
The first one was just a weirdo, and then the second one was another weirdo.
So were you
Just a line of weirdos.
So where are you at with the weirdos now?
Well, anyway, like I said, I had a boyfriend at the time, and Kelly knew him because we were kind of like a circle of friends growing up, and we got into this huge argument. And she looks at me, she's like, "I'm gonna go tell mom you're gay." And I was like, didn't think she was serious about it. So I had this habit, we had this tin can. It's like the trash can, and that's where we used to store the rice.
Oh, I still have that. You still
My
have that.
mom,
That's an old.
I always
Chimo
had this
thing.
habit. Every time my mom was cooking, I would always sit on that because it was right next to the stove. I would always sit on that and just watch her cook. And then from corner of my eye, I see Kelly turning around the corner to come to the kitchen. I'm still thinking nothing of it. She's like, "Mom, did you know Josh has a boyfriend?" And I'm like, and my mom just turned. She goes, "Do you have a boyfriend?" And I'm like, "Yes."
what was her reaction?
It was, like I said, it was lame because my mom had a brother that was gay, so
she was.
She didn't even think
accepting of it,
anything of it, and not only that, I believe Kelly came out before I did, and Kelly identifies as trans. So it was nothing. It was like Kelly had all the stuff, and then when I came out, they were like,
We're done. She's good.
like that's the guy that holds the person in the dress walking down the red carpet. I'm just the person holding the back of the dress.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Like, who's that? Oh, he's a gay. Oh, it's okay. Meh.
That is just too funny.
I mean, it's still beautiful because I already knew my mom accepted me, but
it's
like I said, it's
because
not
it's a funny
as
story.
extravagant as you guys' own.
It doesn't have to be.
But it is beautiful because it's a story that when you're telling it, it makes people laugh because of what ensued, how it came about. I mean, you're sitting there and your sister comes around the corner. It's like the shocking. I can already feel the shock that you went through. But
it's funny too because when we're sitting down, having similar conversations like this with our group of friends, and they start sharing their coming out stories. Like, "Josh, so you have a coming out story?" I just give her this look, and she starts cracking up. And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Nothing. I don't have one."
You tell Kelly you're the one
that outed me.
Or even sometimes I'm like, "Josh, so what's your coming out story?" I was like, "I don't know. Ask Cal."
Oh my gosh. But I don't know. I accept who I am. I don't hide from it, you know. And if they don't like us, hey, they don't have to deal with us. They shouldn't have to deal with us. Go the other way, walk the other way. I mean, because I'm not gonna turn around for you. I'm gonna keep going forward. If I need to get.
All right, so as they very appropriately said, Glenn and Josh, who literally bookended that conversation with several members of the LGBT community here, they were saying, roll out the red carpet, but guys, on the Hoffaday Zoo podcast, you guys have like taken the velvet rope and let everybody in. So all are welcome, and we welcome you guys back into the KUM News Zoom room. Glenn and Josh right here in what is already proving to be one of our most successful shows. So guys, maybe real quick, some of your thoughts on episode 2, because for you guys were hearing that for the very first time, right? You guys recorded it, and now you're actually seeing the finished product.
It's interesting because we've been shooting several episodes, so it's nice to see you know what we did, and oh boy, it's exciting.
Gives us the opportunity to look back and like try and correct things that we probably shouldn't do on a future episode.
Now, I wanted to ask one of you guys, because one thing that I took away from that, you know, that mere section, and there's a lot more on that, so we want to remind you guys, 10 a.m., it's going to drop right here on Facebook and on YouTube. It's going to be live, so you guys can interact with Josh and Glenn, other members of the LGBT community, for episode 2. But I like the part when you said, you know, you kind of have a feeling that mothers have that sense as opposed to like fathers and those traditional roles and everything, because the only thing that I could empathize with was from my own life experience, right? When I started going to a different church, because technically I was like non-practicing Catholic until I was 22, and then I started going to a born-again Christian church. And I remember when I told my parents, because they know I'd been attending for a few weeks, and I said, you know, I think I want to keep going to this and I want to give it a shot. And both of my parents at that point, they were like, you know, we support you. You're practically a grown man. You know, you can make your own decision. But my dad said, just make me one promise, Jason. Don't tell your grandmother, because he goes, I can already hear her saying, my boy's gonna go to hell. so I'm just wondering, you know, from your own experience, did you guys reveal your truth, and you know, how did any of you like come out to your grandparents?
Don't
you know?
spoil the whole episode, though.
No, I know, but
yeah.
you know, you always talk about like parents and siblings and friends. Have you got stories about coming out to your grandparents and from that generation?
Well, in another episode that we had, Trinity share, she did come out to her grandmother. So stay tuned for that. Sadly for me, my grandparents are already in heaven, so they didn't live long enough to see this. But yeah, our mothers know for some strange reason. And I come from a blended family. I have an adoptive mother and I have a biological mother. So they both knew when I came out to both of them. They both knew already. Well, my biological mom knew something was up.
So did that make it easier, or did they both kind of say,
They were like,
what took you so long?
I know, boy. I know. You know, Chamorros know everything.
With my adoptive mother, she just accepted it, and my biological mom, she's like, you know, that's you're born this way. You know, I love you.
That's beautiful.
You are.
All right, how about you, Josh? You know, do you have like a coming out story like to grandparents?
Well, it was easier for me because my younger sibling Kelly came out before I did, and she took most of the hard blows. Like, she had it a lot harder than I did. So when I initially came out, it was just like, another one in the family. So it was a lot easier for me. But I mean, as far as acceptance, like generally for my grandparents on my dad's side, I don't think they were around long enough to know, because I believe they had passed before even I started to initially come out. But on my mom's side, my grandmother knew. I mean, one of her own sons he was gay. So it was a lot easier.
They know now, they're in heaven.
Very good. Well, you know, Glenn, hopefully your grandparents will be watching from heaven when the show streams at like 10 a.m. because that is possible, you know, metaphysics and all. But the both of you are also very, very good when these shows actually do live stream. You guys also jump in comments and you guys interact in real time with people that are sharing the comments. But I've seen the episode. It's really, really funny. It's really, really honest. It gets emotional in several parts and everything like that, but it is a fantastic watch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, KUAM and the link and the KUAM Podcast Network for this opportunity.
You got it, Hagamos.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are part of this show. You're part of the Link family, and this show obviously is a success because of the passion that you guys have put into it and everything like that. So we look forward to in about 3 hours. That's gonna happen. So Glenn, you can exhale now.
No, he's gonna exhale in 3 hours.
The emotional part is what I'm wondering, because I think I did tear or cry a little bit. They tease me every episode. I get emotional. They're like, "My gosh, Glenn, you're like a crybaby." I'm like, "God, I can't help it."
Well, everybody, while you're watching the show, make sure to use hashtag Glenn is crying in that specific part. We'll mark
Tears of Glenn.
Tears of Glenn. There you go.
Thanks, Glenn and Josh. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you guys at 10 for the world premiere. Huh?
All right, thank you so much.
All right, take care, guys.
Yep.
Okay,
Right
on
on.
YouTube and Facebook Live. That's going to happen at 10 a.m. Watch the show, everybody. It's a really, really good time right after this show. But now we are going to go to our next guest in the KUM News Zoom room, Chris. A gentleman, a member of our community, also
He's a veteran, a concerned citizen, and he testified at this public hearing for Senator Moylan's bill. We're going to go ahead and play a little bit of his testimony, and then we're going to bring on Adam Dralon right here to the link. It's 7:04. Good morning.
There should not be a cap on the funds. The governor should have signed into executive order breaking whatever cap was initially on the funds, just like she signed an executive order to change the original RISE Act to now include local and federal government workers and retirees on the list of people to get paid. Just to recap, the creation of the original RISE Act, it was created for those who did not work in the government. I don't think that the governor should have signed that executive order because government workers never lost their jobs. As a matter of fact, some government of Guam workers were actually getting a raise during the pandemic when people were getting let go left and right from their jobs and struggling to feed their kids and pay their rent. Actually, if government workers and retirees were not included in this All Rise Act, then maybe the quote-unquote cap on the funds would have been sufficient. But since the governor wanted to include more people, she should at least lift whatever cap exists. Because essentially what she is saying, if she doesn't remove the cap, is that not every individual and family deserves to get paid the full amount of the All Rise Act. A first-come, first-served basis? Are you kidding me? You might as well throw your people in a cage and ask them to fight and kill each other, and the ones left standing get paid. The point is that an economic stimulus plan like the All Rise Act should have no cap. Just like the EIP payments, everyone should get paid. And just to be clear, those EIP payments came directly from the federal government with the help of Congressman Michelson Nicholas, who ensured that Guam was included in the EIP payments. The All Rise Act, however, is coming from the hands of the government of Guam. I just wanted to make that distinction clear. The governor won't call for an emergency session for the legislature so that changes can be made to the All Rise Act. Why? PUA funds stop in September and our economy is far from recovery. I would say that getting these funds out to the people of Guam punctually is an emergency. The fact that the governor won't work with the legislature, but signs an executive order to include her own government workers in the All Rise Act gives the perception that the government of Guam takes priority over the people. This is the overall tone I'm getting since this administration took office. Government comes first, and then the people come last. The government versus the people. And that's not how government works, and that's not how and why government was created. If anyone thinks I'm just bashing the governor for no good reason, well, I voted for her. So I believe I have the right to be critical of how she is running her governorship and how it all affects the people of Guam and the future of our beautiful island.
Again, that was concerned citizen and veteran Adam Dralon with testimony on Senator Moylan's bill that I believe was that the one that would raise the rise payments, or is that the one that streamlines it?
It was Bill 75.
That was just a little piece of his testimony here. Adam, good morning.
It raises the
Payments from $8 to $1,000, I
Yeah,
think. Okay, all right. We're not getting any audio from him. Adam, can you give us a check?
Yeah, he's setting up. Yeah, Adam, you can hear us, right? Okay. Tell you what, you guys want to take a quick break?
Yeah, let's
Let
go
me
take
figure
a
this
quick
out.
break. I'm always down for a break, Jay. You know me.
Okay.
It's 7:08. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
KUAM Digital presents a
We
series.
got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to The Link. Let's try this again. Adam Drilon, concerned citizen and veteran in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Chris. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good, my friend. Thanks for joining us here. So was that the first time you testified at a public hearing?
That was the first time I ever testified in a public hearing, yes.
And we're starting to see that. I mean, more, some of it is that they were accepting testimonies via Zoom. So we did see a lot of new faces, and not just relative to the RISE Act, but for a few different public hearings this year, right, Bree?
Yeah. So it being your first time, it looked like you were the only one that testified. Was it kind of nerve-wracking for you? And, what kind of provoked you to make your way down to the Guam Congress building?
Well, it's just the way these RISE Act funds have been handled, and just the frustration that the people have been experiencing. There's a lot of obstacles, unnecessary obstacles that have been put in place, and I just feel the frustration of the people, me myself. When you're reading these articles in the paper, it's just like none of this stuff just makes sense. And I just wanted to go into the Congress building and just kind of tell them direct, what I think, and basically it should just be paid out. I mean, that's it. That's the end of story.
Yeah. And it's also a little frustrating that the governor has the authority to pay it out yesterday. She could have paid it out in June.
She could have, because I believe the ARPA acts, right, were received on May 10th, but Guam being a territory, we got the one-time payment. I I know people were talking about $661 million, but when I look at the Department of Treasury website, it seems like Guam got like about $553 million.
Right, but I think there were some other funds in there that we got outside of that 550 some million.
Yeah, but definitely enough to pay, the people of Guam, who have suffered and people who have died throughout this pandemic. If you calculate, the amount of people on Guam, I mean, just adults. I just did a Google search of how many adults are on Guam. You got about 124,852, and you just multiply that, just say $2,000. You have about $250 million. Which is about half of what we were given by the Department of Treasury. But it's going to be less than that because, not everybody is filing jointly, not everybody is married. So maybe you're looking around $200 million, maybe even less, to pay the All Rise Act, which leaves a net value of about, maybe 300, high 300s, maybe high 300s of about leftover funds. Yeah.
I think you might be a little off on the math there, Adam, because the rise and the all rise, it's for a certain income eligibility, so I'm not sure if it would cover all 100,000 people. But in Saipan, I do want to say we just did a story. They're doing a $500 stimulus to be paid out, I believe, within the next week for every taxpayer. So it's just confusing to me how we have them doing that up here, and here on Guam.
Right.
We got this money sitting in the bank, and every time we ask the governor about it, it's like, I don't care what Saipan's doing. I don't have my rules. Let them give away the money. I don't care. I don't have the guidance. I'm over here cha-cha sliding in the States. Don't bother me. I mean, it's frustrating, Adam, right? Why don't you think they get it over there at Adelup?
It's probably because they have their own agenda of how to use the funds. However, according to the Department of Treasury guidelines and also the interim final rule, right, there are specifics of how to use the funds. I mean, the governor may be the one to distribute the funds, but she does not own the funds, and she cannot use the funds to spend it on whatever she likes. There are specific guidelines. For example, you cannot put it in any pension fund. You cannot save it for rainy days. Honestly, it should not even be in any savings account right now. The whole funds from the American Rescue Act, those funds are supposed to be used swiftly and efficiently. They're not to be set in any account and postponed. They're supposed to be used like almost immediately because, everyone's economy had a drastic impact because of the pandemic. And, just going back to, I know my numbers are probably off, but the whole point about, paying the RISE Act was that, I mean, there's money to pay the RISE Act. Yeah. And if there's qualified individuals, right? So that means that you're paying, a little less money, of course, to every adult. So, I mean, the issue of there's just, I don't know what the issue is. There's enough money, to pay the RISE Act. And, the fact that the governor added government workers, retirees, and federal workers, I mean, obviously she wants to pay it out. But if you're going to expand it, if you expand eligibility, which I don't agree with, then you should obviously lift whatever quote unquote cap there is.
Adam, you work the private sector, correct?
Currently, I'm sort of like a little self-employed. I am a veteran, but I also trade a little bit of options in the stock market as I do that right now. And I also sell a little bit of land, family's land that I'm doing. So kind of doing my own thing, but I have worked in the private sector many, many times. I know what the struggle is. I know that this pandemic did not discriminate against anybody. Right. I know people who are making $80,000 to $100,000 plus, and they got laid off like in a snap of a finger.
Yeah, and
I
guess I just kind of wanted to get, your background, your story, and how the pandemic affected you, your family, so people can kind of understand, or the governor can kind of understand why, families and people like yourself need the RISE Act stimulus.
I mean, for me, For example, like the original RISE Act, I would be sort of considered like a retiree, but I'm in total support of the original RISE Act. Even if I'm not qualified and my family is not qualified, which I think actually some of them are, like I'm in support of just giving it out to the people who need it. And don't put a cap on it. That's ridiculous. I mean, you're gonna have people line up at the mayor's office for what? To verify eligibility? I mean, it doesn't make sense. You know, okay, so this is what the DRT should do. Okay, you need to fill out, you know, put the application online, but also in addition to the application, put a consent form that says that the taxpayer allows DRT to access your tax payment so that they can deliver the payment directly to you. Because I think that was the whole stipulation of like DRT cannot access like your tax info or to pay out the money. But I don't see the reason why people have to go to the mayor's office, you know.
Oh, it's in the law actually says that there has to be a verification of residency, but right?
Yeah, that's one of the requirements in the
but
required documents.
Right, but I don't know because the governor says that she has to follow the law, but then she doesn't follow the law when she puts out these executive orders. It's very confusing, Adam.
Right. When she signed the executive order, it kind of seemed like she created her own program.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like it's these obstacles of, for example, going to the mayor's office. It's a deterrent for people trying to go get the money. And like if you read some of the comments on Facebook about the RISE Act and you know adding the mayor's verification again, there's people who are like, you know, it's just too much of a hassle.
Yeah,
I don't want it.
Well, that's the point. If it's first come, first serve, and you know these private sector workers who the original intent was to benefit them and assist them. If they're out here working and it's first come, first serve, and they know they got to line up for 8 hours, then yeah, it's a process that excludes them. And it actually favors the retirees and whoever else that the RISE Act wasn't originally intended to assist. I agree with you, though, that if the governor added these extra groups, then she needs to come with the money for them because it's just creating this huge divide in the community that I just can't wrap my mind around how they just don't get it. I mean, you know, they got people, they're galvanizing people like you who've never testified at a public hearing to come out and let your voice be heard. And we're seeing it all over social media and in real life. More importantly, wherever I go, people are like, what is up with the application for the RISE Act? And they know this thing was something that was passed in December and should have been paid much sooner. Well, Adam,
I was just going to say that even when she expanded the eligibility, I actually don't think that's even allowed under the guidelines of the interim final rule because the ARPA acts are only supposed to be distributed to people who have suffered during the pandemic. If you're going to say government worker, if you're going to add government workers didn't lose their jobs. You know, actually during the pandemic, some of them got a raise, right? So I actually don't think that's allowed. I mean, that's my opinion from what I've read under the interim final rule.
Well, thanks for coming on, Adam. I want to just, before we let you go, though, your first time testifying at a public hearing, and like I said, we are seeing more people become active and involved. What'd your message be to just people out there who may be sitting silent and want to say something?
I would say that if you don't speak up, then you're just kind of allowing things to happen. I mean, the government is for the people. It was created by the people. And if you think that changes should be made, you need to speak up, especially with these younger generations or my generation, you know, specifically. Our voices need to be heard because I think the interest in politics and government is not like where it should be in terms of actually making changes. And I think if just people united, our generations united to actually care about what's going on in our economy, what's going on our island, and we can actually, you know, push government, guide them in the right direction to, you know, lift our economy, lift our island to days that it has never seen. I think we have that opportunity right now, especially we have the funds for it. We have to be smart about it, and, you know, we have to do things right.
Hear, hear, Adam. Way to go. Thank you for that, my friend, and keep in touch, okay?
Yes, thank you for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Always. Right on. There you go. Adam Drelon, concerned citizen and veteran at 723. Good morning. It's Wednesday, August 4th. Let's just keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room where we're just so grateful that the Chief Public Health Officer, Chima Mbakwe, could jump back on because we had an interview with him yesterday to discuss 23 positives that were reported by the Joint Information Center. And then we had 29 reported last night. But the takeaway from the interview yesterday with you, Chima, was that we're in a really great place. And that we were kind of just scratching our head. Trying to just balance what you said with the, this, huge increase in positives and just trying to make sense of it. Good morning, Chima.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Yeah, we're in a good place, like I said, but we're going to be seeing all these sporadic cases, and that is what we're seeing now. And this is because of the fact that we're still, testing enough, to know what is going on in the community.
What are the numbers telling us, though? Can we start with the 29 from last night? Because I was looking at the numbers, and I noticed that out of the 29, 23 were military and 6 were civilian. I didn't run the numbers from the day before, but I did do the numbers from back on July 28th. And the way the numbers looked, I believe it was 40 military versus 24 civilian. And that was from the 28th through the August 2nd. So the military, are these military personnel from the training exercises that are going on? Why are we seeing the numbers increase for the military?
The answer to that question is going to be gotten today because we're meeting with them by 9 a.m. today. And we've actually been discussing with them about the cases. And what we're seeing is also that at least 40% of those individuals are fully vaccinated. So, and if you look at what happened recently with CDC, asking people to go back to mask wearing even if you're fully vaccinated, was because of the fact that we're seeing people who are fully vaccinated getting infected. Notwithstanding that the hospitalization rate is low, there are still ongoing infections among those who are vaccinated. And the reason for trying to make sure that these individuals are mask up is if there's ongoing infection, there's also a chance of the virus mutating. And with the way the Delta virus is, we need to just be very careful how we apply the social interventions that we have in place. So the meeting would happen today, and then we're going to discuss further to know who exactly is being infected, why they are being infected. But the good thing is that I think they have a good handle of it because the level of reporting is consistent. These are new cases, and if you look at yesterday's report, we just had only 6 locals. Out of those 6 local cases, we have only one that is fully vaccinated, and the other ones are unvaccinated. But for curiosity's sake, this individual who is positive, that is a local, actually had a recent travel to continental US. So this individual actually arrived back from stateside. So it still shows that, where infections are high, there's a high probability of people getting infected. And that's what we're trying to ensure that, we get vaccinated, we ensure that people wear their masks so that we reduce transmission in the community.
You mentioned the 40% fully vaccinated. Was that just for the military?
Yeah, this is just, preliminary discussion, like they are seeing also that they're having people who are vaccinated or getting infected. But the point is that if you look at how the vaccines were described, the vaccines does not stop you from getting infected. It actually stops you from getting very sick, stops you from dying, stops you from stops hospitalization. So if you look at our hospitalization rate is low. I think we just have only 2, but it doesn't negate the fact that we are working towards 0 cases. We want no cases. We want all mitigation measures in place. Just not that people are not going into the hospital, but we also do not want new variants. So that should also make people more conscious. Now we have the Delta. It could become something else tomorrow, something more infectious, something less infectious. But if there's ongoing transmission, there are chances that we're going to have variants.
Right. No. Yeah. I understand that the vaccine, it just kind of doesn't make it as severe if you were to contract COVID. But for me, like, I have a child that cannot get vaccinated, and we've got kids that are going back to school. They're vulnerable because they're not vaccinated. So regardless if a person is vaccinated or not, what about these kids out here that are getting ready to go to school?
Okay, the department has been in constant dialogue with the Department of Education and the private schools. So there's this layered approach for prevention that public health is driving, which is also a recommendation from public health. You can't use one against the other or one without the other. So we're looking at how to stack it. Initially, we did not have any pharmaceutical intervention for COVID. So everybody relied on those non-pharmaceutical interventions, which is basically having wearing your mask, having engineering controls in place, 6 feet social distancing. But with the pharmaceutical intervention coming on, which is the vaccine, which is more like trying to prevent, which is just another avenue for us to have another layer of prevention. So we just need to rack and stack. For those who can get vaccinated, we are asking them to go get vaccinated because getting vaccinated offers a layer of protection. Then we're also saying continue your mask wearing. So when you continue your mask wearing, even if you get infected, then there's a lower chance of you transmitting to somebody else. Then we're looking at screening testing, which is another way for us, and which is what we're doing in the community and which we are going to be doing in the schools soon, is making sure that those unvaccinated population are being tested regularly, to make sure that there's no ongoing infection amongst those individuals. Then we're also looking at social measures, like 6 feet distancing, where is applicable, or washing of hands. So if you look at the layered effects, if all comes into play, the chances of transmission being minimized is higher than when we pick and choose what we want. So it is a time where behavioral change is imminent. People will need to, step back and look at things differently. It is not business as usual. We have a deadly virus that is actually creating havoc. There are chances that more people can get infected if they don't follow this public health recommendations.
Right, yeah.
So for the kids in school, with this layered protection, if the family is inoculated and vaccinated, the ones who are eligible for vaccination, and these kids are protected at home, so when they come to school, they are not going to infect their fellow kids. And studies have shown that there's increased transmission now, or infection rates amongst kids that are unvaccinated at that age. We also saw that number increase on Guam, but that will not make us not open the schools, and that's what we're working with the Department of Education to see how best we can keep the schools safe, have everybody in school, and then make sure that we have mitigation measures to control spread of COVID, and then also have a surveillance system in place to ensure that we are making sure that we have an eye on what is going on.
Right.
So I think the unvaccinated would rely on the vaccinated to keep them safe. And then looking at all those social measures that we also have in place for those who are unable to be vaccinated to keep themselves safe. So it's a balance.
Yeah. Chima, let's just go back to the beginning because I'm kind of confused about this. So We had on August 1st 506 military cases. On August 2nd, it jumped to 529. So, of the 52 cases that we had reported Monday and last night, how many of these were military, and what kind of military are we talking? Are we talking Guam National Guard military, or are we talking military that's here for the training?
So, like I mentioned, we are actually going to meet with them this morning, and part of what we're going to discuss is the things that you mentioned, because it is a reporting requirement for every jurisdiction to report every infectious disease. So they are reporting the numbers to us. So we're going to work with them to look at what actually is going on, because they have a robust system too. They have their own case investigators. They have their own quarantine, isolation guidelines. So it's just for us to work with them to understand what is actually going on, how it's going to impact our community, and also the measures they have in place to cut off the transmission. So right now, we're going to have that discussion, to make sure that we're on the same page. But as per reporting, is a requirement, and they're reporting to us. So there's nothing hidden. So we have these numbers. We've seen the numbers. We've made contact with them. They're open to discussing with us, what measures they have in place, going forward. And that we can.
So we don't know.
Yeah, we don't have the hard, we don't have the hard details on, who is fully vaccinated, when they were exposed. That is information that the case investigation unit of the military would have. But it's just for us to sit down. We're looking at the bigger picture. We're just not trying to concentrate on who, what, when. We're looking at what is the impact on our community. What measures do you have in place to stop this from happening? How did it happen? So it's looking at going forward, and then looking at how we make sure that this is actually taken care of. Because for us from this side, we're still in a pandemic. There are chances that this would happen, but like I always said, is what do we have in place? What concrete measures do we have in place to stop it from happening?
But Shima, I think you've come on here before and you've really praised the military for being so open and transparent. But how is it that we've had these 50-some cases reported over the last 2 days, and you haven't been able to get a meeting till this morning?
So I think if you understand how this works, right? You might have one case, and then you do an investigation and identify 10 to 20 people who are exposed to this individual. You send them to go get tested, and the reason is this might be one case that would have occurred last week, and then you actually isolate the individuals that are quarantine the individuals that are exposed to that person, and then test at the right time. So it's just not them not being transparent. Is them following the protocol. So they've reported to us, So like I said, we're going to go sit down and discuss what we need to understand what is going on. It might be a cluster of people in the same unit. It might be sporadic cases around on base or off base. But we can't get these details if they don't have those details, because they also need to talk to these individuals. They need to interview them. They need to track where they've been, who they've been with. And when you see situations like this is when the case investigations are very thorough, because it's just one case, and then you test multiple people. When you test these multiple people, out of the 500 and something cases that you mentioned that were tested, at the end of the day, we're getting this portion of people that are positive. That shows that some work has been put into that. Because if you're looking at one person being infected, and then the person is isolated, and then the contacts are not tested, then there's no way we're going to get these numbers. But the good thing is that the numbers are speaking, and then we have to work with those numbers. So that's why we want to sit down and understand, clearly what is going on, and which they are willing to discuss with us this morning.
Is there what's the status of their mask mandate on the base?
They have the mask mandate back on.
Okay. I thought that I read last week when DOD issued the mask mandate that our local commands were like, well, because of some reason that it wasn't, they weren't doing the mask.
So they're
mandate,
following the
but-
mask mandate on the bases again, Shima?
Yeah, that's the information I have, but I don't have any memo to attest to that.
So, back, I want to say when we had Annette Uggan on last year, when there were military cases, she had talked about the difficulty in accessing the information from them for contact tracing. But then I think in an interview after that, she said that it had gotten better, but it sounds like we're kind of right back to where we don't really know what's going on, and they report these cases. And so is there any involvement from public health on the contact tracing for these military positives? Because you're right, we don't know. I mean, are they military here with a unit? Are they sequestered on the base? Or are they walking around in Tumon doing whatever? We just don't know if public health's not involved with the contact tracing. So is there any involvement with public health relative to...
So I'm actually meeting with them with the case investigation team. We understand that they have their trained, they have their own public health. They have their own trained case investigators. So and what happens with these infectious disease cases is when you report out to us, we sit down and look at the impact on the community. We share information, and I can give you an example. When you have an individual who is active duty on base, who lives off base, and maybe is married to someone who works in the local economy, if there's an exposure, the military would actually take care of investigating the active duty on base, and then pass it on to us to investigate, the one in the community. So this is just the process. So like I mentioned, the huge number of cases the number of cases that has been reported to us is what is making us sit down with them, to have a better picture of what is going on and the impact on the community. Because if you have if these are active duty members that are positive and they are correctly isolated on base and their contacts quarantined, then we wouldn't have any need to worry so much. But if it's a mixture of off base and on base, then there's going to be a transfer of the off base cases to us that we're going to trace, identify the contacts and then quarantine and then test as necessary. But the fact is that there's a system in place, and I think we've gotten so good at what we do that while the numbers are high, like you mentioned, we are optimistic that we're going to get to the end of it, with our investigators. So the meeting today would show us more, or tell us more about what is going on.
How concerning, though, is it for you because you said only less than half of the positives from the military are actually vaccinated?
Like I mentioned, vaccination just doesn't stop transmission. Basically, it doesn't. It's proven, right? But what it does is that it keeps you out of the hospital. It makes you less sick, So I think it's just looking at it that way. And that's why I keep saying, the layered approach is important. And Guam has never, Guam as a whole, never stopped the mask mandate, which has been proven to be a good thing for us, because for those jurisdictions, for those states that actually stopped the mask mandate because of vaccination, got the brunt of it because of increased cases with the Delta variant. So it's just to make sure that the message is clear that the vaccines actually protect us, stops us from getting really sick, reduces hospitalization, and protects the vulnerable from dying from COVID. There's no cure for COVID. The vaccine is not a cure. So that assumption shouldn't come up. That is a cure. It's another layer of protection with other levels of protection that we need to keep our community safe.
Right. I'm just saying that we're out here telling everybody to join the vaccination, and we achieved herd immunity at 80%, and then you tell us that, oh, well, with the military, only 40%, 40% of the people that tested positive were fully vaccinated.
Also,
so that means the 60% weren't.
Yeah. Also, Chima, I'm looking at Joint Region Marianas' Facebook page here 5 days ago. I haven't seen an update, but it says no change required to Joint Region Marianas mask policy. The directive contained in the DoD memorandum released July 28th requires the wearing of masks by DoD personnel and on-site contractor employees in indoor settings in areas of substantial or high community transmission, regardless of vaccination status. Commander, Navy Installations Command has not identified Guam as a high transmission area, and additionally, according to current Government of Guam public health data, Guam is considered to have low community transmission rates under the CDC criteria. Accordingly, the recently signed DoD policy does not require any change to our mask policies at this time unless a command implements more restrictive guidance. Joint Region will continue to monitor the public health situation and maintain the health and safety of the military and civilian community on Guam. Fully COVID-19 vaccinated personnel and patrons are not required to wear a mask indoors or outdoors while on JRM installations. A person is considered fully vaccinated at least 2 weeks after their final dose of a U.S. FDA-authorized COVID-19 vaccine. So, I don't know. Does that sound like...
Can you send me that, please? Yes.
Yeah, sure.
There was, like I said, there was no memo transmitted to me, to show that the masking policy had changed or not changed. But going back to what you're saying, Sabrina, the chances of transmission is always high when you are not using the layered approach, which I'm saying, and I'm being consistent with that. You get vaccinated, you still wear your mask. It's important. You don't take off one for the other. It has to go as one. The vaccine is there to protect you from getting sick and being hospitalized. And if you look at our hospitalization, as of yesterday, we have only 2 people in the hospital. So it's just looking at what the science is saying and also going with what the science is telling us. So this military case, we have to see in our meetings today. We're going to go through what is going on, and you should understand that I'm very clear in how I approach these things. If there are recommendations I have to make to them, I'm going to be very open and make that recommendation to them, because the safety of the island, the health of the island is solely dependent on public health, for this kind of situation. And we're going to go there, bearing in mind that we need to protect our community. So whatever interventions that we can suggest to them, we have to come into an agreement on how, we can keep the community safe. Looking at those numbers, looking at the low infectivity rate, and using those numbers, we actually see those numbers. But the government has refused to back down on our mandate for masking, because we understand that transmission can still occur. So it could be one person who is a super spreader that would spread the virus, and then do we need to wait for our numbers to get up high, for us to do the needful? So that should be the question. This is a very uncomfortable situation where you understand clearly what would happen if you don't do something, and then you continue to do it until that happens, and then you go back to doing what you're supposed to do, which I think is not right. And that has been the stance of the department. We have insisted that we are going to follow the mask mandate. We've worked with our partners, we've discussed with our partners, we're approach to prevention, which they are all buying into. So do we really need to wait for it to happen? It is preventive measures. That is what it's called. We are trying to prevent it from happening. We don't want it to happen. We don't have that. We don't have that luxury, of being in a situation where we let it happen and then we start taking back the hands of the clock.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
worked so hard to get where we are today. We are working so hard to continue keeping the island safe so that people can return to normal. So for us at Public Health, prevention is key to what we're doing. So we don't want to see more cases. So part of our discussion with the military today, we bothered on, how to move on without, more cases, how to move on, as a unit, being on the same, being on the same page about how to prevent, transmission.
But we're not on the same page though, Chima, because we've got these so-called layered approach that you're talking about outside the fence, but the military's, they're not wearing masks, and that's where we're seeing this spike.
So like I mentioned now, the discussion, we're going to have a conversation, it's not a confrontation, it's a conversation because the numbers are showing exactly, what the science is saying too. If you're vaccinated, you're not wearing your mask, there's going to be transmission. But if you're looking at the data saying that, Guam is a safe place, there's no need for you to wear a mask. But our own local data is showing that our continued use of masks and our continued vaccination is what made our numbers, what made our numbers what they are today. So we just need to share that information. So it is a conversation, showing, what our science, has done for us and what our social interventions have done for us so that we are all on the same page on how to move forward. So I think the meeting will be very productive.
Right. Where's the conversation taking place? And when you say military, are we talking about like JRM or Air Force, Navy? Or
They have their own public health unit. So we're discussing with our partners. These are partners talking. So we're just sharing information. Looking at best practices. This we do constantly with the military. We sit down, we have all these meetings, we have these surveillance meetings, to share information about what is going on. And like I said, they've been very open with us. They are all very open with us, and they are receptive to us, having these conversations with them. So we're not seeing a situation where, they're fighting us off. They don't want to know. It's actually is a conversation that is ongoing, and it's always been fruitful. Since the director took over, we've had a series of meetings at that leadership level. With the military leadership on issues bordering on guidance. So we have that level of rapport at that leadership level. Then at the technical and operational level, we also have that discussion with their public health team, which is what we're going to have today. And if we agree on something, they will take it up to their leadership, we take it up to our leadership, and then that there's that cooperation. So this shouldn't be seen as something that cannot be discussed. And we're going to have that discussion, and we're going to come up with best practices on how to move forward.
So have you guys met in the past 5 days then? Because cases within the military in the past 5 days, there's been 40 positive cases. When's the last time you guys met?
So there have been conversations back and forth, conversations, when the reports come in, the case investigators will discuss with their case investigators. But this meeting is just part of that ongoing, information sharing. So telling you that we have a meeting today doesn't mean that we didn't have a meeting yesterday. There's ongoing communication between us, because if there's no ongoing communication, you wouldn't be seeing these numbers. So we're just going to sit down and look at what the good thing to do is to understand what is causing the spike. That is something that we need to understand. And for them also, they also need to understand what is causing the spike. So it's just not that it's not a situation where you are just going to wish it to to wish you know. It's something that you have to proactively, ask questions, get information, cross-check data to make sure that you understand clearly what is going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Where's the meeting? I'm sorry, is this over
Yeah.
Zoom or is this face to face?
We're gonna have a Zoom meeting today.
Right. Maybe you should share the information that we got a full-on mask mandate outside the base with them.
Yeah.
Like drop the governor's memo. Oh, whoa, hey, look at that. Hey, we got a mask mandate. How about you guys? Because if we're having this conversation to help the community, then it's kind of obvious we should be on the same page.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying about sharing best practice. It's sharing best practice. We're going to share that best practice information with our colleagues, and then they would see. In public health, it's ongoing. We have interjurisdictional report. Remember last year the cases from Hawaii. Those guys arrived on Guam, but they were tested in Hawaii. Hawaii actually transmitted the results to Guam, saying these guys arrived Guam and they're positive, and then we had to go out to look for them. So we actually owe ourselves that cooperation as public health practitioners, to make sure that we track infectious disease across, jurisdictions. So that is basically what we're doing, having a sit down with our partners to understand what is going on their side, and then looking at how it's going to impact us on our side, and then coming out with a mitigation measure that will benefit both sides. And I don't think they really want to have cases. Nobody wants to have COVID, within their community. So it is not something you wish someone. And as they are seeing these cases, I know they are concerned too, and they're also working hard, to contain the spread.
Are you concerned at all about this UK military ship, Chima, that had a COVID outbreak coming for the training? Is that something that's on you guys' radar?
So, like I said, I'm always concerned about even one case. I'm always concerned, but the thing is that the concern actually translates to making sure that we have all our plans together. We have all our strategies in place, and intervention and mitigation measures. So concern, yeah. Not even. We have TB too, which is an infectious disease. We have leprosy. We have STDs. So there's always something to worry about as a public health practitioner. But at the end of the day, it is our main mandate is to make sure that we prevent and then make sure that the community is safe. So if it's about concern, I'm always concerned about everything. But like I said, information is key to prevention. When we know what is happening, we're able to think it through and work together as a team, to safeguard the community.
All right. Thank you, Chima. You good, Bree?
Yeah. Good luck in the meeting.
Yeah, let us know. We'll be. I'll shoot you some messages after. Like, how long do you think it's gonna go? Like an hour or?
No, this is a regular meeting that that we just want to know what is going on. We just want to make sure that we know what is going on, and that is what we want to find out.
Thank you, Chima.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, just keep it in the KUM News Zoom room. We do have the health oversight of the Guam Legislature, Speaker Teresa Lahi, here for a Wednesday check-in. Madam Speaker, we're probably going to have to jump over the top of the hour, but just really quick, wanted to get your reaction to this conversation that we just had with Chima, the Chief Public Health Officer.
Well, my first reaction is thank you for asking all those questions. Those questions are on, I think, all of our minds as well. And Sabrina, thank you for doing the extra research on it, the calculations, and really trying to get to the bottom of that. No, I am very interested to know what transpires at this meeting. I think they should be doing everything possible to make sure this transmittal stops within their members and across our island, of course.
All right. Well, what we're going to do now is we're just going to go ahead and go to
KUAM
land.
TV, yeah, we are. Speaker, could you hold, please?
Yes, of course.
All right, hang on. It's 7:58, guys. Quick break, and then we're coming on KUAM TV on this Wednesday. This is the link. Good morning.
We got your 6.
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Positive cases within the military, and just in the past 24 hours at least, with the information that was released from the Joint Information Center last night, there were 29 new positive cases of COVID-19. 23 of those cases were under the military category, and 6 of them were in the civilian population. So they're having this meeting over Zoom because Public Health wants to know more information. The military numbers that they're seeing, are these military personnel that are here for the training? Are they living off base, etc.? But the isolation for the military is also doubled.
Right, I saw that as well. So the local cases, we seem to be doing okay. He had mentioned that there were about 4, I believe, right?
6.
Yeah,
6 out of the 29
local cases. But again, it's very concerning, obviously, when we've got kind of 2 sets of rules going on, one out in the regular community and then another behind the fence with the military. That's also concerning about the vaccination rates, they were saying.
Right, he was telling us that 40% of the positives from the military were fully vaccinated.
Right, so that means, well, you could do the math, 60% aren't. So guys, I don't know if they know, but we do these vaccination clinics. If you're in the military and you haven't got the vax shot, come on out, but wear your mask, please. It's 8:01. We're going to go ahead and do the news, and then we're going to go to Speaker Terlahi.
Let's just go ahead and go to Speaker Terlahi.
Okay, we'll go to Speaker Terlahi. Again, joining us for check-in, the Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Speaker Therese Terlahi. Again, thank you for joining us, Madam Speaker.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for that interview that you did with Mr. Chima. Yeah, really appreciate those details.
Yeah, you really had to kind of look at the JIC report. I was just curious, wondering, where are these numbers coming from? Yeah. And then I just kind of looked at the military, did a comparison, and then I think I messaged Chris. I was like, man, this looks kind of weird. This doesn't seem right. And he's like, oh, just go ahead and just talk about it. I was like, but I'm not even sure I'm doing this right. And then when I went further back, I was like, oh, man, these numbers are right.
Thank you, Sabrina. That was good work. And the questions were excellent. I was not aware that the vaccination rate of the military personnel was so low.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at it stateside, I mean, that's the big problem they're having is that's why they're calling it a pandemic of the unvaccinated, because not only are they very far behind our vaccination rate here locally, but then you have that whole element of the anti-vax faction, right?
Yes.
Which I'm guessing
And it
probably
is very concerning. It is very concerning with school about to open. Yeah, we cannot afford this right now. So I hope that they will take the meeting very seriously and that the lieutenant governor and governor will do what they can to get their military partners to also take this very seriously.
All right. Well, here we are again, the elephant in the room. Go ahead, Bree.
Any word on the art plan?
The art plan, no. I did request, was not given a copy of any plan. The only thing I had asked also if they had submitted anything to the U.S. Treasury, such as questions or, regarding the guidelines. And the response I got was that they joined in a joint with other governors request to U.S. Treasury and so their questions were pretty much those that you've seen answered. So the U.S. Treasury has been since giving out kind of additional information, and so pretty much general information. Nothing specific regarding the hospital, use of it for the hospital, use of it for the ARP or anything like that.
Wait, so as acting lieutenant governor, you requested the ARP plan or the investment plan or whatever kind of plan, and they told you no?
Yes, and I requested it before also, and they told me it was exempt from FOIA, probably as the same as they've told you, due to deliberative. So I asked again while I'm acting lieutenant governor because I should be part of that deliberative process. But no, I didn't. I received one. That was the response they gave me, was the questions they had sent to as together with other governors, just the questions that the Association of Governors had sent to the U.S. Treasury.
I did.
But we have now also been very busy here at the legislature. We've been in session, this week, and we are trying to clear some of these bills while we are waiting for the budget bill. That's the big one that we, need to address. We got to get that done by the end of August. So we're hoping that that will be released soon, so we can review it and be prepared to deliberate. It's going to be very difficult, I think, because we only are looking at half of the picture for Guam, right? We're looking at what our revenues can bring in is about $700 million maybe, and then we've got a $600 million ARP spending plan, and we're being asked to look the other way when it comes to agencies such as public health and not fund things such as senior citizens and foster children's services and trust that the ARP funds will take care of that. Well, I would, I'm hoping that we can get further clarification, because I don't think that's, I'm not comfortable doing a budget like that. I'm not going to say, we as legislature here, we set our priorities and then we exclude people from those priorities. I mean, and the agency has not said that it can take care of these people with their current budget request. They've just saying we're not going to ask for what we really need. That's been very clear. And unfortunately, that's clear with a lot of the agencies they're not asking for what they need. They're making that clear. That's clear. And yet, we're, I don't know, it feels very wrong to me that we're going to not fund the needs of the agencies, or at least the priorities as we see them. So I'm hoping when the governor returns that she can, brief us on her trip and give us the details at that time. I think, I think that would be the right time, right before we start our budget, to hear the details of this ARP plan. And even if it's verbal, even if it's, flexible and it's going to change later, to hear it from her directly would make it very much more concrete for us to rely on during the budget process. And we want to make sure, we can't necessarily do some of these programs that the ARP money allows us to do, we can't just do those as a legislature, because then we would be completely shortchanging other critical services, right? Like, we can't hand out RISE money payments from the general fund right now, while we have special funds tracking so far below. We've got 24 million in gross receipts tracking below, and so it's a delicate balance, and I just want us all to work together to give the people what they really deserve, and these agencies up to full speed, so we can get their missions done. If I can go on, in one particular, I'm hoping. We had hoped, as part of the ARP suggestions we made, to put money towards the Chamorro Land Trust for infrastructure. And we just heard Congress is moving on this infrastructure bill. So I'm very hopeful that we will have money for infrastructure. We will finally be able to put water and sewer into some of, these tracts of land where not just Chamorro Land Trust lands, but other businesses could open up in those areas and fix the roads and the flooding. And so I'm very much looking forward to that. We have, again, you've heard me say this so many times, but a very unique opportunity here. And I am hoping the legislature is going to help to make sure that we don't squander it, and that we really put it to where our priorities are. We passed a bill, we put a bill on third reading recently. That was Bill 36. That was for the telecommunications cables. I don't know if you've been following this. I know you've been following the Chamorro Land Trust things. So this bill would, it's a bill introduced by Joe San Augustine. It was referred to my committee. We had a hearing, and ultimately we had to do a lot of work, because this bill started off several years ago. The GTA had approached the Chamorro Land Trust and asked to lease submerged lands for $18,000 a year. While PICA was there, she was negotiating with them and pretty much got it up to about $50,000 a year for 2 leases. But I don't know if you remember this. I think it was on her last day or right around there, where they determined, according to their legal counsel, they could not proceed. This exceeded the term that they were, or their authorization under law, and they needed legislative approval. So, or to do it a different way. And so then these bills were introduced by Senator San Augustine without an amount as to what the leases would be for. And Chamorro Land Trust had come in and said, we're asking for a minimum of $50,000 now, because that's our need. There was no appraisal or any way for them to determine what the value was. So they were just asking based on their needs, and they said a minimum of $50,000. But I really had to do a lot of work and look around. I wanted Guam to be treated, as the rest of the world is treated, right? I didn't want Guam to be that place where, these companies could come in and for minimal, especially when the Chamorro Land Trust is in such great need. So as you know, we've got some cables coming in around the island. Some of them are not income producing for the government of Guam at all. Some of them, PD, we've got 2. One of them, the income is $5,000 a year. That was the more recent lease. We have another one for $5,000 a year in PD also. That's the Tata. And so those are 2. We have some that are going to be expiring. And so I wanted to make sure that we could come up with some arrangement for this Alupang lease that would, set a precedent and hopefully guide the Chamorro Land Trust in their future renewals or new leases of submerged lands. And so that's what we did. And we came up with what we found to be more globally accepted rate of $100,000 per cable. And in Alupang, they're looking to bring in 6 cables. So this money is going to go towards the Chamorro Land Trust Survey and Survey and Infrastructure Fund. I don't know if you remember, this is the fund that got raided before, several times, actually. Over, I think once for, was it 500,000, and then for 300, 700, I don't know. The amounts were big. They had been saving them up so that they could get in there and do the infrastructure, and then the funds were raided, and Chamorro Land Trust back to square one, unable to divide these parcels, unable to make them smaller with sewer. so that we can give out more. So anyways, that's what that was the work that my committee did, trying to get these leases to be more fair. So I'm confident we passed this to the third reading yesterday, that we have done this, and that this will hopefully to set precedent for the rest of the leases going forward. And now we just got to keep close tracking of the Chamorro Land Trust and their ability to use this money and to use the ARP funds, if they are given some by the governor, to get these tracts, surveyed, divided, and distributed as supposed to be years ago.
Speaker, I don't know if you were tracking that the governor had met with, it was like a high up Navy guy, about the new hospital. Did you see that? And did that kind of make you wonder a little bit about where the money for the new hospital will come from? Or what, do you think she was just checking on if it was something that was, we're able to use the ARP from? Go ahead.
I think she's been open about that she's going to look at every funding source that she can for the new hospital. And my understanding is it might be a mix of funding sources. We can only fund part of that with even the 300,000 or 300 million that she wants to set aside from ARP. That's less than half of what is needed. If they take the EITC, all of the EITC reimbursement, that's also a small portion, maybe half of what is needed. And so they were supposed to be looking for every type of funding source on this trip. And I'm hoping that they are successful. Yeah, I don't think, even the congressman has offered that the Army Corps is going to help in the design. So I think we're supposed to be meeting with this Army Corps representative, maybe the 12th, in the middle of August. And so I think everyone, Gita, the governor, congressmen, all of us have to look at every funding source. This is a huge project, especially the way they've put them together as one big project. We could finish public health tomorrow, with the funds that we have right now, and just be done with that. But they're trying to combine these projects. So yeah, we needed a lot more information, and yeah.
Did you get
perhaps? I don't know if you remember. Sorry, just one more thing. When they did the EIS on the buildup, one of the biggest concerns was the hospital, that it would exceed our hospital capacity, our medical capacity, and our public safety capacity. Those were some of the biggest things that were found in the EIS for the buildup. So I think it's only right that they help to contribute to, if we need to expand our hospital. Sorry, Sabrina.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on and see whether or not you got to meet with the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Gilday, when he was here last week.
No, I actually read about it in the media, and that's unfortunate. I would have very much liked to have met with him, and I think it would have been appropriate that not just as the acting lieutenant governor, but as the speaker, that I also had that opportunity. I'm going to send a letter to the Admiral maybe today and ask that if there are other opportunities like that we not be overlooked. I thought it's pretty normal that they always include the legislature, so I'm going to double check. But that was not that did not happen this time.
Well, even as acting lieutenant governor, that's kind of
right.
Interesting.
Yeah, a little bit of a snub there.
We're all kind of waiting to see whether or not Bill 75 and Bill, I think it's 164, the RISE bills are going to be added to session agenda. What are you hearing?
Well, I think I'm seeing at least one of them start to be routed. So they're being routed. They're not yet out of committee. Okay. They're routed for votes. And yeah, I had hoped that we could deal with those early on and be done with them, right? It's very confusing when we hear revenue and tax being interviewed and kind of sounding again like we're going back to all these other requirements. Yeah. So yeah, at least on our part, this is in the governor's hands, really. An all rights program is in her hands. It's created by executive order, and it's really up to her and the Department of Revenue and Taxation to set the rules on those. Unfortunately, when they cite the rules that were created for another program, we're going to go in and hopefully wipe those rules so that that's not their excuse. And that's pretty much all we're doing, is removing it as an excuse, because it's been within their power all this time to implement their program.
It's the most bizarre dance. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah. And I know that you've been reporting on the use of ARP funds. I saw a letter that President Biden had written to the Congress and to the states, kind of pushing them to use their funds, particularly the rent eviction money, right? For landlords and tenants. And yeah, I think those funds are for a purpose and for those in need, and we just have to keep that in mind and push as hard as we can to get the money to those in need. All of it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how long are you going to be acting lieutenant governor? And have you been able to do any acting lieutenant governor type stuff?
Well,
no.
Well, they've been sending me additional information that I guess normally gets copied to the lieutenant governor. And I'm, of course, made myself available for any other work that is needed. But otherwise, my hands are completely full here with what we're trying to do here in the legislature. We're trying to move a bunch of bills, as I said, get ready for this budget. And I think I'm doing a lot of work in prep for the budget just because there are so many unknowns and our tracking is so, we're going to be asked again to trust that, this tracking when our businesses just look, they just look the same as they did some of these businesses a year ago, right? They're not completely open, especially restaurants. I mean, so many of them, they're just so many businesses, all of 2 months still closed. So I am trying to look for the most reliable information possible. I'm trying to do a very thorough review of what other states are doing, and I've seen some other states do some unique things. Some of the states are taking it within, like their legislatures are taking it within their authority to dictate use of some of the ARP funds. I think you guys have been tracking that as well. And so in any event, the most efficient way to do it is to work together, to have it open in front of the people, what our priorities are going to be. And that's a plan, right? And if it has to be changed later on, then I think everybody will understand that. But we should have a plan, especially while we are trying to allocate the resources that we have remaining in the general fund and in the special funds. These special funds are not tracking well at all. And so I don't think they're expected to track well next year either. So it's still concerning, very concerning. I'm concerned that, while we're opening schools, every service is going to be having a high demand, right? And we need these agencies up to speed for sure. We don't want any more delays. We don't want long lines. We don't want impediments to getting things done. I'm glad, by the way, for the coverage that you've been doing on the Marble Cave. I think that's it really exposes the vulnerabilities of our system, right? So we give approvals in advance. We put all kinds of conditions sometimes. I've seen this, we just went through this recently with the Guam Land Use Commission. Remember, we had oversight hearings, and because we were concerned that they are able to say, we're going to approve your project, these are the conditions, but I had found no one who was responsible for enforcing those conditions. And so we find years later that the condition that, you're going to put in additional parking, or you're going to prevent flooding, you're going to do ponding bays, all of those, there was no enforcer. And so we had at the time put in a bill to ensure that the Department of Land Management was going to track the conditions, and that they would be the one to have to remind Public Works they're not, is this condition being met, regularly, kind of to monitor the conditions. But of course, we've got regulatory agencies, that's their job. So, and we've known this and we've seen this, it also extends to things like historic preservation, right? Where they give permits in advance, clearing and grading permits, they sign off on those. But if they don't have enough people to go out there and actually look at what these people are doing, we're very much, it's a trusting system. It's an honor system. And yeah, I've been on the historic preservation's case for quite a while saying, why don't you have people out there roaming around? Why is it the public that has to call me and say, are you aware of this clearing? And they're normally not aware. So unless it's a permit that has run through their office, they are not aware. They don't have anybody out there in the field necessarily checking those things out until there's a complaint. And that sounds, from your stories, very similar to Guam EPA, right?
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate. I don't think we can afford that on these places, especially those over our aquifer.
Yeah.
I think we have to have all eyes and all hands on deck when it comes to our aquifer. That clearing and grading that happened at Marbo, that's a big concern for me because, they wanted to put solar panels, but they did a lot more. I mean, they really graded that area down, if you've seen it. I remember driving there before the panels were put on, and just the clearing and grading is really massive and very alarming for me. Those are the proposals that some of them have been made for the Chamorro Land Trust for use of their lands. They want to use these properties for clearing and grading, for gravel, to mineral extraction.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been trying to caution the Chamorro Land Trust from entering into those leases because I don't think that the Chamorro Land Trust has done a full assessment of what the impacts of that are. And I think we as a government have to come up with a uniform policy as to how much grading of limestone, are we going to allow? It's a super valuable commodity right now, super valuable. So the pressure is really heavy on the Chamorro Land Trust to allow this type of grading, to lease a property for commercial use and allow them to grade it down and sell the limestone, right? So these are some of the pressures. So they're under huge pressures and they're underfunded right now in operations. And so they look at it as an opportunity to fund their operations. And I'm trying to hold them off from that because I think these are the risks. These are the concerns that if we can't adequately monitor this type of grading, then we are looking at huge damage and irreparable damage to our waterlands and our resources.
Well, it's interesting that what you're saying versus what we've heard the permitting czar talk about, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, and he says that there's just too many impediments and we need to grease the wheels and issue, which is, I mean, maybe there'll be a dialing back of that approach with all this Marbo Cave stuff, but it's interesting, the dichotomy.
Well, I know his concern was the cost, right? And so that is actually a valid concern.
Yeah, okay.
So we can't build a house in certain areas of Guam if the State Historic Preservation Office thinks that you need to do an archaeological assessment.
Correct, yeah.
And so when they come up with that finding, it's a huge cost, these archaeological assessments for regular people, and it adds on to, it makes your house not affordable anymore, right? So we're seeing this, and so the costs, I agree with him, are a concern, and we need to address those costs. It's like when you highlighted the need for social workers, we have a need for people in the Historic Preservation Office with those types of skills, archaeology. If we could pay them through the government, they wouldn't have to be contracted out by these private individuals, at least to do preliminary, analysis. But yeah, these are huge. We know on Guam, I always joke with them. I say, how do you come up with these areas when we learn from our history that the entire coastal area, almost all of it, was inhabited, and that if they were inhabited, then there were also burials, right? And so we know this is prevalent, and we would like to keep those in place as much as possible. But it is costly to determine those areas and work around them.
I mean, there was that part of it, Madam Speaker, where the former governor was talking about the cost to potential homeowners. But then he also was talking about, big business coming and setting up shop here and trying to, make it easier for them to do that.
Of course, we want our permitting process to be efficient. That was another oversight we had with this Guam Land Use Commission, and whenever Public Works comes in here, land management, we ask them again about this permitting process. So we found that there is a program that they are all supposed to be, I think it was it Daphne? Daphne reported on the RFP status at the last hearing we had. And so that RFP is supposed to be out there now. So they should be able to procure a system, technology that will make it more efficient, that will put everything online. All the agencies can review at one time, right? Save some time. But nowhere in this process should there be less review or less stringent review or, less enforcement of the conditions that they agree to when they allow these projects. And I'm telling you, there's a huge, tremendous pressure on these agencies to approve things that, just because of what you've described. It's like because of, businesses and the entire community is clamoring for more. And so there's a huge pressure on these agencies, and I recognize that. And I'm trying to, here with you today and in every opportunity I get to back them up and say, no, we want you to do your enforcement. You are the only ones, I tell them, that the people of Guam can rely on to do that particular job. And that we are relying on you. And so please, you can't turn the other way when.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
/ Acting Lieutenant Governor.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks again for all the good information that you've been putting out this morning and every day. Sizos Masi.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Right on.
Good luck.
It's 8:29. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with the news with Sabrina Salas-Matanani next on The Link. Good morning.
See what's on
Good
TV
morning.
tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
The link, 835, hi KUAM TV. Good morning on you. Go ahead and head into the KUAM News Zoom room, Sabrina, where we have the director of the Guam Contractors Licensing Board, Mr. Cecil Buddy Orsini. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning. So we understand that you, along with other members of the licensing board, have been paying a visit to the Marbo Cave area.
Yes, we have.
Can you tell us what you guys are doing?
Okay, our investigation is not done though. There's some documentations that we are just waiting for to wrap up our investigation. So there's some findings that we found, and we're going to take it to another step as soon as we conclude. Mm-hmm. So there's some documentations that we request that consist of samples and materials and specifications. We need the latest one. Apparently there was two different revisions that happened here, and the latest one that we got was actually issued on the 20th, which is one of the funding basins that wasn't in play, which to me was the most critical one, which was the fifth one. So if that thing was there, this incident would have been prevented.
When you
But
say
it was, yeah.
just revisions, and you said the 20th, is that July 20th or?
It's June 22nd of 2020. So it was last year.
Okay, last year. Okay. So can we just start at the beginning? Can you just start with the licensing board's role in all of this?
Okay, our role is to protect the community and the public from willful violations and also concerns of EPA, environmental, and public health issues.
And so the Guam Contractors Licensing Board, do you guys sign off? Are you part of one of the signatories on the permits and that are and plans that are approved by contractors?
Well, see, our role on the clearance is that we make sure that whoever the owner in situations like this, in applications, whether it's a residential or commercial, we verify if the individual or the company is licensed. And if they're currently licensed, right, and then we sign off. So that's the clearance process.
Okay, so they were cleared. Samsung,
Yeah, they
right?
were cleared.
Mhm.
Yeah, they were cleared. They're licensed.
So when did you guys hear about the problems over there at Marbo? Was it just when you guys heard about
As soon as it happened, just the media, as soon as it happened. So we knew that EPA is going to go and conduct the investigation. So we waited a day first, and then we went out. So we actually react. So my guys here, their title is investigators. It's not inspectors. So situations like this, you're already licensed. You took the license here, you pass, you become a licensed contractor. So they know what to do. You understand? So we react as investigators. So we have to conduct our investigation to see what happened here. Is it blatant? Things of that nature. And then we go from there. So if it goes to a certain degree, then I will call in my board to go ahead and decide on this. But like I said, we're not done with our investigation. We're at our last stage on reviewing it as a unit. And then if matters arises, right, or something deep that we got that is really above and beyond, then I will probably call a special board meeting, and then we go from there together as a board. And keep in mind, I'm a non-voting member of the board.
So, I mean, what would be the ultimate, I guess, enforcement that you guys can take? Or can you guys issue penalties, monetary penalties?
Well,
or
like I said, I can't give the penalty and fine yet until the investigation is completed.
But you
If
can.
So, I'm not saying we're going to give them a fine. That's not what I'm saying right now. But in the event, if it turns that way, we, based on our law, 21 GCA Real Property Chapter 70 contractors, the minimum will be $200, and we can go all the way up to 50% of the contract amount.
Wow. So the contract amount
50% of the contract amount.
What's the contract amount on this?
I believe it's $18 million.
Wait, the contract amount with GPA?
I believe it's $18 million.
Yeah, I know it's tens of
And
millions.
like I said, there's some documentation that we haven't received yet. So this is just based. So some of the information is just based on the project manager on our meeting we had 2 days ago up there. So that's why we're just waiting for very important documentation from the contractor.
Are you sure it's not a $200 million contract, buddy?
It's a lot more, right? But this is the revision. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry about that. That's one of the revisions. So yes, I believe you're right, Chris.
Right. It's a $200 million contract between the Guam Power Authority and KEPCO.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
I believe so. That was one of the revisions.
You mentioned
So that particular document actually we're waiting for the main actually contract. So what I have is one of the revisions actually. So the latest revision actually we're waiting for. So that one we haven't received yet.
Right.
So
Buddy,
when you say revision, it was like a change, an add-on to the existing plan.
Are we talking about the same plan that Guam EPA is talking about, the sediment and erosion control plan?
Yes, and the whole entire plan, because there's other areas there, right? That consists of the erosion control plan. It's not just that area there where it happened.
But you're saying
So
if the revision...
also our review also is to find out too where other things, not just that area, was other things that's supposed to be there. Was it there or not? See, that's our investigation.
Buddy, when we started this conversation, you talked about willful violation, and given that they submitted a plan, they knew what they were supposed to do, didn't do it, were issued a notice of violation by the Guam Environmental Protection Agency. I know your investigation's still ongoing, but it kind of sounds like maybe you already believe that there was a willful violation. I mean, if we're talking about possibly convening a special board meeting and all that stuff, is that what your findings are leaning towards?
It's in the process right now, so we have to do what we should do, right? Based on our laws too. But if it goes that way, then I have to call a special board meeting. But yeah, it's a due process here.
Is this a type of project that the Guam Contractors Licensing Board, you said they're investigators, that they should have gone out there periodically to monitor, to ensure that they were...
Not really.
Okay.
What I did when I first came in here, Sabrina, there are some things that I did with the board. I was going through that dilemma, right? Because we didn't have a quorum when I first got here, and the last administration, they didn't have, I believe, 8 months of board meetings, right? So they didn't even have a quorum, but they could have actually add on some appointees so they could have got confirmed, but they weren't going anywhere. We had 3 oversights at that time before I came in, in a matter of a month. That's not good. So what I did was, when I had to review, we didn't receive a transition letter from the former administrator. I had to figure out everything myself, and I had assistance from former Senator Tom Ada. So what I put in play actually was for these guys to go out if they got time. But the priority here is when we get a complaint, right, coming from the public or anybody calls in here, we react to those things. So when these guys are not doing anything on our rules and regulations, what I add on was these guys go ahead and randomly just check the projects, go and investigate and see if everything's all right, whether it's safety issues, or compliance within the plan and rules and regulations of the CLB. So that wasn't happening here prior before I came in. That's what I inserted on one of the rules and regulations. So not necessarily that these guys go out every day and inspect. So we actually act as investigators. So that's what we're doing now in this kind of situation. So when this thing happened, of course, we have to go investigate. It's a licensed contractor, and that's what these guys do. We're investigators, not inspectors. There's a difference.
So the inspectors are with DPW, so were the inspectors doing their job, buddy?
I'm not here to investigate that. I'm here to investigate the licensed contractor. So that's our role as CLB.
Right. But I know in the course of your investigation,
we all have our jurisdictions, right? So CLB is actually we have to investigate the licensed contractor based on the situation that happened. So as investigators, we react. So that's what we do. That's our role.
Yeah. But
not that we cannot go and do, inspection. So that these guys can, and we have been since I got here.
I know that your job is to investigate the licensed contractor, but in the course of your investigation, did you find out just by investigating with your investigators that whether or not DPW was showing up to do their inspection?
That I don't know. That I really don't know. One of the things that we did ask was the daily reports up there. So we got some. We haven't have their complete file yet. That's one thing I did ask, and their work schedule. So our thing is to see whether the controls, was it happening at the time. The work schedule will show you the areas and locations and sections where they're going to start to end certain things in the project, which is the erosion control plan.
Right. So we were told there were supposed to be 5 ponding basins, right? How many did you see?
We saw about, the 5th one wasn't even finished. So before the incident happened, it didn't play its role. It should have played its role if it was done. But that was the revised. So that was the latest revision, which was the 2020. Up there we saw 4 ponding basins, but I don't think one would it's appropriate. I don't think it's based on the plan. It's not going to function the way it's supposed to.
Right, and that's why Marble Cave ended up being the ponding basin.
Well, that was the 5th one. So the 5th, and to me, the most important one was the one, of course, it's going to be at the lowest elevation. That was number 5, and that one wasn't ready. Should have been done, but it wasn't ready.
Okay, buddy. So when are you going to call this special board meeting? You think by the end of the week?
It depends. I say I may, but so it all depends on the outcome of the investigation.
All right.
So let us know when you're going to call the meeting, and we'll cover it.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
That's
Okay.
Okay, right on.
Okay, you're welcome.
8:49. It's Wednesday, August 4th. That was Cecil Buddy Orsini of the Guam Contractors Licensing Board. Let's do the news, shall we? At 8:49, brought to you by Pacific Points from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Off it, everybody. As you make your way out the door, it may look nice and sunny outside, but you can expect the downpour to continue with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms developing around lunchtime. Winds will be south at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A high surf advisory and high-risk rip current advisory has been extended for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan until 11 a.m. this morning. Large breaking waves of 7 to 9 feet are expected for west-facing reefs of the Marianas. Dangerous swimming and surfing conditions and localized beach erosion are expected. Inexperienced swimmers should remain out of the water. The island recorded 29 new positive cases of COVID-19. The results are from 873 tests performed on August 2nd. 6 of those were from the civilian population and 23 were from the military. According to Chim Mbakwem from Public Health, they are meeting with the military this morning to get more information about these positive cases. To date, there have been a total of 8,593 officially reported cases of COVID, with 143 deaths. 89 cases are active, and there have been more than 8,300 recoveries. A total of 2 people are hospitalized. The CAR score has increased to 1.7. It's not good news for island residents. Pocketbook says the prices for gas at Mobil and Circle K 76 gas stations have risen by 15 cents. The prices on their billboards display that prices at the pump are now $4.76. It was a little over a week ago when gas prices decreased by 10 cents. As of Tuesday evening, Shell gas stations had not raised their gas prices. Units from the Guam Fire Department responded to a structure fire along Leon Guerrero Street in Barragata. According to GFD spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff, 911 received a call at 9:25 p.m. Tuesday. The fire, which was confined to the kitchen, was under control minutes later. The lone resident was treated on scene for injuries and refused transport to the hospital. With more news now, here is Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link. The governor says she's waiting for guidance from the Treasury Department before she release all rice pandemic assistance payments. But Senator Jim Moylan says she already has it. He says the issue was covered in a frequently asked questions memo issued by the Treasury Department back on July 19th. KUAM's Nestor Lacanto has more.
Moylan says it's right there in black and white,
FAQ 2.6. It asks, may recipients use funds to respond to the public health emergency and its negative economic impacts by providing direct cash transfers to households?
Well, the answer is yes.
The governor has said she won't use any of the more than $600 million she received from the American Rescue Plan until she receives the final guidance that specifically authorizes it. But Moylan says the FAQ makes it clear she can.
It went on further to state that, local governments can even consider the amounts previously paid by the federal government. In other words, the federal government provided us with $1,400, and the current RISE Act says $800. So I think certainly we can increase that to $1,000 for individuals and $2,000 for joint filers.
In the meantime, Reventax has been working on the verification process for the applications. Moylan says that's another unnecessary reason for delay.
I don't blame Department of Revenue Taxation at all. They are doing their best to follow, and they're getting their instructions and have been talking to the Attorney General. But the governor can stop this with an executive order.
Senators will also be considering legislation to remove the cap and extend the payment deadline so everyone who qualifies will get paid.
From what I've seen, the governor will act on her own time. But it's not stopping us from saying that the time is right to pay the people of Guam.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Residents have been impatiently waiting for the direct assistance. The applications for the All Rise Pandemic Assistance Program are still not available as Reventax is still working on them. But over the CNMI, Governor Raul Torres has already begun spending his money. We spoke to him in an interview for KUAM's In Full Zoom segment.
We're fortunate here because our budget at $200 million, we have close to $500 million on ARPA funds. But want to make sure that we give, the whole cabinet members, the departments, helping private sectors. We have, believe $500 the stimulus that we're giving out to the community, and that would be like a credit card.
The cards have a wide variety of approved uses, but can only be spent within the CNMI. Torres says he discussed it with key cabinet members beforehand, and they believe such disbursements and others will be allowed under the Treasury guidelines.
I mean, there's so much things that I wanted to share, but at the end of the day, we want to do it right. We want to expedite this because we have limited time to spend. And I'm glad that we've been spending this money already, and we're excited for it.
You can catch the full interview with Governor Torres along with other members of his Council of Economic Advisors on next week's In Full Zoom segment. A bill to authorize a commercial submerged land license to GTA for landing its telecommunications cables was passed by senators to the voting file during session Tuesday. The measure was tabled yesterday while amendments were made to provide more benefits and protections for the Chamorro Land Trust, who controls the land on the Alupang Reef Flat in Tamuning. Main sponsor Senator Joe San Augustine says the changes provide a win-win for both the trust and the local telecommunications industry.
In passing the bill, we will provide additional revenue for our CLTC to execute their mandates, not just from GTA, but from all other carriers as well. I appreciate the work the Speaker and her committee has performed by producing this substitute. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation so we can move forward in building capacity for our island's telecommunication that will keep our island connected to the world.
Session resumes this morning. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Senate introduced the text of the roughly $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill. A bipartisan group of senators hammered out the final details of the measure, which could be passed this week. Natalie Brand reports.
The Senate is on track to vote on the roughly $1 trillion infrastructure bill this week after weeks of negotiations.
Our colleagues' draft text provides a good and important jumping-off point for what needs to be a robust and bipartisan process out here on the floor.
The bill includes new funding to fix roads and bridges, public transit, to expand broadband internet access, and to upgrade the water system.
While creating millions of new jobs, a lot of them without college degrees at the same time.
The bipartisan legislation does not raise any new taxes, but is paid for largely by redirecting unused COVID relief money and by enforcing tax laws, including on cryptocurrencies.
This is a bill which is paid for and that gives the American people say they desperately need, and that is an upgrade in our infrastructure.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says as soon as the physical infrastructure bill is passed, Democrats will take up the $3.5 trillion budget resolution focused on what they're calling human infrastructure, such as childcare.
If the Senate does not pass the reconciliation bill, we will uphold our end of the bargain and not pass the bipartisan bill until we get all of these investments in.
Some moderate Democrats say the House should vote on physical infrastructure regardless of the reconciliation bill.
I've always believed that everything should rise or fall on its own merits.
Democrats need the support of moderates such as West Virginia's Joe Manchin and Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema to pass the reconciliation bill in the Senate without GOP support. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
With your news in tomorrow, here's Ken Conception.
Buenos updates to get soon to be sa morning ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Ilingay magahaga na nananggay na skay ni Department of the Treasury ang tisinahuding salapi i All Rights Pandemic Assistance. Noilingay sa Senador Jim Moylan na estagaya zugitagwizay magahaga. Hasangan na kinurbi adzu etikro gi frequently asked questions. But FAQ na memo ni ma-issue ni Department of the Treasury gidya disun mebigi Hulyo. Lingan ano gi FAQ 2.6 no mamamaysing ko irumesti sabi este na slapi sina na sabi para public of emergency dyan negatibo na inafekta ni ekonomiya za hunay direktamento para tao-tao siya ilinga si Moylan na inepinadzo sa hunggan. Asangan nagbeno na ti parausa adzi 600 milyon pesos niya resibigin ni American Rescue Plan hasta kimatiut tumunay na gayon ni naterisa espesyalmente para dzunay nanaw. Welengya si Moylan na adzo na FAQ sa senklaro na sina sogi esta i gobyerno. Mientras no mapatututuin ni Revenue and Tax Adib verification na reglamento para aplikasyon siya. Welengya si Moylan na ti presiso adzo na rason para dinita ni mo si inapas. Isenador saya sa siyempre makonsidera la legislasyon para manasuay reglamento ng kwanto sinya magasta ni gobernamento na para ma-extendi tempo mas para apas. Gitay guihi todo siyempre man maapasi. Mas na asunto sa pagmahasatory restriction ni COVID-19, tumalutati gumadzuos, ginuebo na natural kinalamtin. Gimapos na utumon si Mana, manaswa direktong dinastansya gi gumadzuos si Sengsong siya, na masedi man bimbisa na manasabito di bangko gihalami gumadzuos. Lay magasi Archdiocese of Hagania Liturgico na komiteya, si Pali Paul Goffigan, asangan na adji pero malii matay gidurang tenintero, ni masusesa di gihalong gumadzuos antes di ipesti, sa para manapara matsoguyesta. Ilinga si Pali po na adyo na kusumbri ni para mafana imat sa funeral home sina tumogwi. Asangan masa sa zanggintisina gwihi na lugar, sinabanti man at sabi Parish Hall gi gumadzuos. Zanggintaza gi gumadzuos si Sengsong Parish Hall, sinabanti umana para otro na gumadzuos siya, ni gaizo gi otro Sengsong. Adzi senas pas gi paten misa sa sinya matsogwi do sinufan apatsa. Ilinga lokin adzi siya mamakremedi matay niya gi durante ni pinesti sa sinya maligo ipali niya para managwahe propyo na interong katoliko. Gimas, ifilan na fleti no para kada semana sa tutungwi pago na semana. Ma-report ni GVB na mas gitres mid sa tisentos na siya gitres na pakunay rin Korea sa estama presenti. 200 sa trabihan na ticket man mabendi. I-presidente ni GVB si Carl Gutierrez, asangan natin ni Nadis Ganawgi ni ST sa mampu staff-staff trabiha. May epaglokoy ni GVB business tourist siya no mababa siya. La kompendiya si Gutierrez na tisina matsonding mas ST sa politaza manggay na customer. Otro na artikulo po tourism malingya si Gutierrez na matututugwi. Zanong familia no maplanen niya para mababa hotel gisan lago na lugar gi isla na mafanana ano rinaw. Ilingin na staman hano yi mena ni Land Use Commission da maplanin nila ko para managwa hanum jan kanlit jan suwer na serbisyo gi ilugad. Yuto muna asuntun finut sa moro gini KUM News para na listo gi Departamento na Edukasyon para binaban ni eskwela pagunasakan man mahusa majisay Community Learning Center gi isla hasta ki dia 6 gi Agosto. Tatig Febrero na mes na ma-establish sa Community Learning Center siya para estudyante ni taja ito na internet pat kosas technology. Sigoni release, ti para mazuda ha estudanti siya gifinak po eskwela, tan para masapot ti distance learning, zana zudi gi homework, esti siya na lugar sa agbaha loki training siya, para manay na defensot siya, din estudanti siya, ginin na sa Google Classroom zan app, Introduction to Technology zan seguridad internet, todi 21 na Community Learning Center siya, sa para mababa dunebo gi Lunes, January gi Agosto, para mas kabalas na numero siya para ang contact, engineer schedule finanawi, halam gi KUAM.com. Para Guam News Network, Guau Sikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
I got my mind made up about where I wanna be. Can't nobody take my heart from me. There is no place like home. Saying goodbye to how blind. And I'm proud of it.
9:04, Wednesday, August 4th. Let's go right into the KUAM News Zoom room where we're standing by with the curator for the Guam Museum, Dr. Maget Bavacqua. Good morning, Maget.
Bananas of Dulce, half a day.
Bananas of Dulce. So so the museum, I saw the flyer. We have the flyer. We are open for the museum's open basically, right? Is it limited hours? Can we just run through that?
Yes. Oh, yes. So the Guam Museum, starting this week and for the next few weeks, is open with limited hours. And so Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 2, you don't need to make a reservation. You can just walk in, but you can still make reservations if you'd prefer. We're giving people about 30 minutes in the museum, up to about 20 people at a time. And then that allows us to sanitize the exhibit and sanitize everything to make sure that everybody's safe and we're following public health guidance.
Right. Which guidance there?
And so there's we received guidance from public health for sort of venues, theater venues, museums, and stuff like that.
And so you opened this week. Have you guys had some people come in and check it out?
Oh, yeah. There's been a lot of people, especially with things closed for a while. And especially during the summer, you get more people, even during a pandemic, people coming home from the States. They want to show their family someplace nice. And so, yeah, I've taken a bunch of people on tours, family visiting, haven't been home in 30 years, 20 years, 10 years. And the museum is a really special place to bring them to because, for a lot of them, the connection to the culture in the island maybe is just PDN news on Facebook or something like that. And so to really kind of spend 30 minutes, an hour even in sort of the main exhibit following the history of the Chamorro people, it's fun. It's engrossing.
There's a new exhibit, right? Have you guys opened that yet?
No, so we're putting it up right now. And that's the new exhibit that's going to be opening hopefully on the 15th of August, will be a decolonization, self-determination focused exhibit, courtesy of Dr. Kevin Escudero, who's from Brown University. So he got a grant and a fellowship to come out and then sort of create an exhibit that can be used to educate the public about the history of the movement for self-determination. And so, yeah, so when next week, I would love to have the link come by. We can walk around as we get closer to everything being set up. I would love for you and Sabrina or anyone else to come and check it out. We can walk through and take a look at it.
Let's do it. Again, Bo, do we really need to bring someone from Brown University? I mean, decolonization, self-determination. You could have arranged this exhibit in your sleep, probably.
Because he's brown, eh?
Yeah. Wait.
What, Jay?
Because he's brown, eh?
Oh, because he's brown. Okay, got it. I get it.
I do like to make that joke too. But no, he just he applied for a fellowship to pay for it, like a grant to cover the costs for the exhibit design and other things. And so we're grateful to Dr. Escudero for coordinating it, and for getting some resources for it.
Right. I wanted to cover real quick because I follow Guam Museum on Twitter, and you're doing, that's you, right? Are you running the social media?
I'm helping. I'm helping.
Right. So there's some cool little releases you guys have had with pictures, I guess, from your archives. And you kind of throw out these little tidbits about Guam history, right? And we're popping up some of the pics now on the Facebook live feed. So can we kind of talk about that? Because I think that's putting, the history in a way where it's easy for a lot of people to digest with their, these 2021 short attention spans.
Oh, yes. I think that's one thing that, museums around the world got reminded about during the pandemic is if you're closed down because people can't physically be there, does that mean your responsibility to the community ends? And of course it shouldn't. You have to adapt then. So if people can't come to the collection, you have to find ways to bring the collection, the education, the conversation to them. And so for our social media strategy, we're trying to just, as things happen in the news, as we reach different commemorations, different memorials, we find something in our collection, whether a picture or an event, an artifact, and we put it out there just to kind of stimulate conversation around that. So like, it was raining this week. So then I had the staff, we posted a picture of a massive flood in 1950 on Marine Drive, where Marine Drive was covered with water. And so you had literal cars floating down Marine Drive.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I get a kick out of that kind of stuff. Again, so let's just go back to the limited opening. If people want to do tours, like you said, a lot of people are coming back from the States for the summer, and I love the museum. There's always something that when I was growing up, I was always thinking, like, why don't we have a museum, where people can go and just like be proud of this island and the people who are from it. So if people want to do like maybe a bigger group tour.
Yes. Oh, yes, you definitely can. And you get a discount if you bring in a tour, like a larger group of people. You qualify for a discounted rate for each ticket. And so if you want to, you can just call us here at the museum at 989-4455. You can email us at theguammuseum@gmail.com. And yeah, just make arrangements. And if the schedule permits, you can even request that a docent, or if my schedule permits, even me, I can take you on a tour through the exhibit. I mean, that's one of my joys here is just being able to shepherd people through it and then highlight things, point out things, and then even what's nice is when older people come through and then you show them like a picture from before the war and they say, "Oh, that's my uncle," or "Oh, we used to have this. I used to use this type of matate to make tatidzas, before." And so it's always really nice when you get different generations who can kind of share stories like that.
Hey, what's in those boxes behind you?
These are boxes from different archaeological digs on the island. And so down here you can't see, it's the Fort Soledad dig many years ago. And then up there, those are artifacts from Truman. And so we used some of them. Some of the artifacts are in the exhibit itself, the permanent exhibit.
What about that
And
horn?
so,
the
yeah, this
horn
is-
what's that? The Hornbostel collection? Is that there in Agana? Got you?
Yes. And so one of the things that we're hoping to do, because you may have heard about there's the plans for the NAFTA, where sort of a lot of these remains, because there's hundreds of remains that are in collections here and then also around the world. And so one of the goals is to finish that NAFTA project, so that way we can respectfully reintern, a lot of those human remains, because this is a move that a lot of indigenous communities are taking, because your bones, your artifacts are sitting in collections around the world, and you try to repatriate, you try to bring them back home. And so, so that's one thing that we're working on, is trying to organize the collection, find out where different remains come from, so that, because one of the plans for the NAFTA is that they be buried in village areas, right? So that if the remains come from Malesso, then there's a memorial section for the people of Malesso, one for the people of Tuman, and so on.
Do you ever get haunted with all those remains over there?
Well, so there's definitely a Tautomona or two in this building. So one day there was something going on. There was these strange noises in the main exhibit, and so we did spend a few minutes trying to figure out if it's like a bird, or once there was a Hilita got in here. That was interesting. Definitely not Tautomona related.
Miguel, thanks for coming on. And
And so I'll be in touch about arranging for you to come down and check out the new exhibit.
Yes, we'll do that next week. All right.
Yeah, and of course, remember everybody, Dr. Miguet's Fanatsu podcast, already available on the KUM Podcast Network, where he has a wonderful interview with the amazing talent behind Microchild and how their songwriting process, some of the challenges, but also some of the creative freedom and expression that they have in actually writing songs in our island's native tongue.
Right, and also Miguel got to use the word docent in this interview, which pretty sure
bingo.
You've been waiting a while to use
Bingo.
that word. Jason, what is a docent?
I first learned of the proper use of the word docent down at the what used to be called Discovery Day, and the wonderful kids down in Humatec, they actually are trained and they memorize like all of this wonderful this dialogue, and they basically take you on a tour of all the historical sites.
Right. So again, what is a docent?
Good job. You passed, Jason.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Doc.
Right on.
All I got to do is defend my dissertation now. I'm right there.
That's it. Yep, you're there. Get hired. Thanks, Miguel.
Adios.
All right. Yeah, so a docent is basically the person who takes you around the museum and says, this is what this is about. It's like a tour guide, but fancy. It's 9:14. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one and sexy Jason Solis. Good morning, Jason.
And we'll give our guests in the Zoom room the chance to either show pity or just laugh at my expense. Either way, it's good when Chelsea Munyabrecht and Brent Tibbetts are here from Department of Agriculture. Ag is in the house. Guys, good morning to you, and thank you for putting on this fishing derby that we're going to talk about, an event that is sorely overdue in our island community. Always a great island institution.
Well, we're super excited. I think Brent would absolutely love to talk about it.
He's revving to go. We can tell. Yeah. Well, Brent, I've interviewed you enough times over the years, and it's been my honor. But this is a really wonderful exhibit to have. But I know some of the feedback that we get is some people say, "Oh, kids fishing derby, that's wonderful." Obviously it's a big social media event, and I know you guys have taken care of all the safety and health precautions and everything like that. But the question that bubbles up the most is, even for kids, do I have to be an experienced, if not an expert, angler?
Oh, not at all. We actually, prior to each derby, we host a clinic for kids who have never fished before, or maybe only fished a couple times and want some practice. So we have a clinic for the first derby happening on August 14th. Mm-hmm. And that happens at the baseball field in Manila behind the mayor's office. And kids can come learn how to tie a fishing knot, learn about fishing safety, learning about the rules of the derby, and then we'd bring them out and have them practice some casting so that they're used to putting something out into the water where the fish are and hopefully bring something back. But no, we anticipate every year that there are a lot of kids who have never fished before or have just minimally fished or haven't fished for a long time and need a refresher of the skills. We're more than happy to assist with that.
Very cool. So you're actually introducing literally a new generation to, it's a sport. It's also a cultural practice. Obviously with our ancestors and everything like that, it's got a deep tie to the history and heritage of our people.
Absolutely. There's a movie going around right now. I just saw it a couple of weeks ago where they interview a lot of the experienced fishermen talking about their life growing up as fishing in fishing communities on Guam. And it's surprising the number of those gentlemen who started out fishing for EE when they were kids, small fish with a hook and line, which is exactly what the type of method that these kids are starting out with in our kids' derby. And we hope that leads to a lifetime of fishing, both for recreation, for culture, and for food.
And I think you're talking about, Brent, that's the documentary series by our friend Arlene Steffi, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Very, very well done. It's a fantastic show.
Yeah, it was. And you'll see that so many of the people interviewed started out fishing for EE when they were kids, just small fish with a hook and line. And that's exactly what the kids now are learning. And hopefully the results will be the same, that they turn into lifelong fishers after that.
Yeah. Now, I would just assume that you would think our own Chris Barnett would be really, really good, considering how much trolling he does of other people. as he walks right by, But there is hope for everyone. And again, it is a sport, so you're going to get out, you're going to enjoy nature. You're also going to learn how to fish responsibly, because it's not just throw a piece of curved metal into the ocean. Whatever you catch is whatever you catch, and everything like that. You actually teach people that this is a privilege, and to do this and to honor nature and be a responsible citizen isn't just to try and haul in everything out of the sea.
Right. There is a conservation message that comes with the derby, and it's a lot of where we're fishing and the type of fishing we're doing. A lot of the kids will be catching juvenile fish, and for a lot of the things, say throw it back, let it grow bigger, and then when you catch it, maybe it's had a chance to reproduce, and there's a lot more meat for you to eat later on. So it's good to get practice the catching, but also to practice and catch only what you're going to keep, and keep only what you need, and not. Like you said, not catch everything just to show off that you caught 150 pieces, something like that.
Now, that having been said, can I talk to a Madam Director now? So, boss, because this is a derby and everything like that, and, I've known you for long enough and everything. You never shy away from a little friendly competition. What are the parameters of, how we determine, because it is a fishing derby, and, you're teaching not only fishing techniques, but also, good civics and, how to teach kids to be good people and everything. How do we determine who the winner is?
They go through lengths and weights measures for each fish or each subcategory.
Okay. Are there?
And then it's also a fight to the death. So whoever survives wins.
So you're also getting back to the old Coliseum days and everything like that. Like I said, competition is good, but survival of the fittest, I guess, is very, very good too. Are there age divisions, or how are we determining exactly?
Oh, absolutely. So what's super exciting this year is that historically the kids fishing derbies have been 7 to 12 years old. We just added the 13 to 16-year-old category this year, so we'll have a second derby for the older teens.
Very nice. Okay, and then I know Brent touched on the fact that there is going to be I guess the pre-clinic, for lack of a better term, right? How can people register, and is there a limit on the number of kids per family? Or because I'm sure everybody's going to say, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. This is a fantastic summertime activity.
If you've got 12 kids, register all 12 kids. We have a capacity of 75 kids who can participate each competition, but if 12 of them are from one family, then that's fine too.
Okay, because I'm going to make a few calls, because I know at least 3 families, Chels, and I think you may know 2 of them as well that have exactly 12 kids.
We're related.
Exactly. Okay, and is there any cost?
No, it's free. Everything is free, and there are always great prizes.
Okay, so and where exactly is the derby itself going to be? Because I know Brent talked about the pre-training and everything like that, but for the derby itself, what venue are we looking at?
Aston Park.
Very nice.
Beautiful area, wide open space, lots of room.
Okay, cool.
Great water.
Very nice. So, Brent, is that a Guam's waters better than anybody on the island and everything. How rich is the fishing yield, I guess, for that part of the island?
Well, it's actually, we keep track of that, how the catch is in the Derby over the years, and Aspen has proven to be a very productive site, both, I think, because of some of the environment there, and also it's right next to one of our preserves.
Yes.
And so we expect that there's some spillover where fish are coming out of the preserve area to an area where they can be caught. So we've seen catch numbers and catch rates at Aspen be very high over the years.
Okay. Okay. I'm just getting I'm seeing a message on Twitter. Somebody just DM'd me. And they're saying, because we were mentioning, like, there's another fishing derby that's going on to, to honor the memory of Gregorio Perez, who caught the largest marlin ever. That's a fantastic event. But this one, we're not taking kids out on the water, right? This is strictly beachside.
Just from shore, right?
Yeah.
Just fishing from shore, and kids are not allowed in the water at all. If they have a hook that gets snagged on the reef or something, one of the Department of Ag staff will go out and free it up. We don't want kids in the water at all.
Very nice. Okay. And that lets me dovetail into the part that we have to get at these days and everything like that. With social distancing requirements, even though, a lot of things have been restricted and everything like that, what are you guys doing as far as parameters just to make sure that everybody stays safe, as far as, equipment that they have to bring and how far they have to stay apart from each other?
Well, generally, we're keeping the 6-foot distance between people, but I mean, we do that anyways with any given fishing derby that we've had, because you need the space between people so that they're not hooking onto, crossing
Right.
lines and all of that.
And I have
crowding
done
each
that.
other.
Well, my dad tried to teach me how to fish. True story. When I was young, my dad taught me how to fish. The only thing I caught in that entire afternoon was his Achilles tendon. I reached back and I tried to cast, and I was like, "Oh, where's it going?" And then my dad's like, "Jason." I was like, "Whoops, sorry." Not the thing you want to do to the man who literally gave you life. Yeah.
It was nice of him to keep calm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so and then Brent, what kind of fish do people typically catch around that part, like especially off that beach?
Well, there's a variety of things. As Director was saying, there's 3 categories that kids are competing in, which are the longest fish, the most fish, and the biggest trigger fish. So we always have a lot of trigger fish caught in this derby. But longest fish over the years have been, we've had mafuti and lilylook. We've had, snappers. We've had groupers. We've had jacks, or Tarakitu side jacks. It's really a variety. It's kind of the fun for us is you never know for sure what's going to show up. At least once a year, something odd shows up that we wouldn't expect to see in there at all. But I think we probably averaged something like 15 different species caught by the competitors over the derby.
Okay, and is there a time requirement in this? Because I'm just thinking, you might have one of those times when the period where kids have to be judged and bringing their fish to say they've got 3 minutes left, and some kid happens to be like, "Wow, look at this! I'm fighting like a red snapper offshore, and this thing's really, really fighting me," and everything like that. Are you gonna let everybody just finish that last line, or do you have to say once 3 p.m. hits or whatever it is, that's the cutoff?
Yeah, no. Once we sound the alarm for the end of fishing, that's when it ends.
All right.
And so hopefully we use the time of a fish caught as a tiebreaker. If we're doing the longest fish and 2 people caught a fish the same length, whoever caught that fish earlier, that's how we do the tiebreaker. And so we need to keep a tight rein on the timing to make sure in case something like that happens that it's fair to everybody.
I'm loving it. Yeah. That's why the rules are set. And again, we're teaching young people life lessons that they're going to carry with them a long time after they reel in whatever they reel in. So Chelsea and Brent, thank you so much for putting this on. Now, we're going to send a crew down there because we really miss shooting this event. It's always a good time.
Right. This is one of the most fun things that we do in the staff as well. Everybody enjoys this quite a bit.
Okay, well, tell you what, Madam Director, I believe Chris has a question for you, just asking you about.
Yeah, it's not a tough question or anything, Jay. I was just going to ask her for an update on the fisheries grant.
Oh, we've done our part. That's all I can say. So we ended the first round of CARES Act Fisheries Relief Fund. I believe our end date was the end of July. We turned in all the applications between March and July for processing. We've been following up with the Fisheries Commission and had to actually resort to emailing NOAA for more information because we weren't getting a response. And so NOAA reached out to the commission, and then the commission replied and said that they're still working on processing applications for all the different jurisdictions, which I understand. So they haven't even processed our first batch yet. We also submitted our spend plan for the second round of CARES Fisheries funding. We submitted that July 6th. And then still haven't had any feedback about whether it's been approved or not. So then NOAA did the thing and they reached out and they said it's still being reviewed at NOAA, but we're moving forward like everything's approved. So we're still collecting registrations and applications. We're not gonna wait on final approval, which we know is gonna come anyway. I mean, it's basically the same spend plan. And we're not gonna hold people out or hold them back from applying just because they haven't done their part and responded to us yet. So we're still collecting applications until the end of August. So you can either be a commercial fisher, a subsistence fisher with sales, which is someone who doesn't have a business license but occasionally sells their fish and can substantiate that with receipts. And then we have a subsistence fisher category. So you can apply for one of the three categories. DAR has been actively collecting applications. We've been hard calling every person who applied for the first round. Just to make sure that they're aware of this second round. And so we've been getting a lot of feedback and responses from that. We're doing everything we can just to ensure that we reach as many fishers as possible to provide this relief to them.
Thank you.
Our fishery section is kicking butt, man. They've been doing a lot of hard work.
I like that. Truer words never spoken by a GovGuam director.
Jason really loves kicking butt. Brent, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Anything on the jellyfish lately?
Yesterday was the last day of this month's warning. So we should be good until September.
Okay,
all right.
Right on. Okay. Thank you, Chelsea.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you, Jason.
All right. We'll see you guys soon.
Okay, bye.
Right on. Good job, Jay. Going deep.
That's an event I've really, really missed. Talking about, covering, reading when we do the news and everything like that. It's always a good time. And I mean, it's been going on for so many years and everything like that. It's an island institution now.
It is. You're right, my friend. It's 9:29. This is the link brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box, and Pacific Points. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with this morning's Greater Good segment right here on the link. Good morning.
Get yours.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody, here on Midweek. And last time we spoke to our friend Maisie at Guam Wind Memorial, she was telling us that, with the services her company provides, there are better days ahead. And she joins us right now in the KUAM News Zoom room. And Maisie, half a day to you. Good morning. And I love that virtual background because, it really encapsulates and captures, exactly what you're all about, like as a grief counseling specialist and what your organization does.
Yeah, so hi from me and hi from Teddy. He's a little camera shy today. He's like, put me down.
Teddy's back, all right.
Good morning, happy to be here.
Well, Teddy stole the hearts and minds and bandwidth of a lot of people that were watching us on Facebook last time. Because, because you brought him in at the end and you said, he is actually an integral part of some of the services you provide, right?
Absolutely. So Teddy's only 4 months, but when he gets a little older, we're hoping to put him in some grief recovery training to be like a grief dog, a grief assistance dog. So we are really, really excited about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, can you get us up to speed now on, when the last time we spoke, you were talking about the promotion you had, and if people shared the social media video, we had the YouTube clip already and everything, and if they shared it back to you, you were going to actually brighten their day. How'd that go?
Yeah, excellent. So we have the raffle. So we're doing a total of $1,000 grocery giveaway to Cost US, and our drawing is on August 25. So there's still time to enter. And we did an interview with this for the greater good. And I think so far we had like 118 people share and 90 comments. So super cool. I talked about our grief recovery program, and we actually had several people contact me directly interested in wanting to sign up. So that's really exciting.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good. And it's, what that speaks to me, having done this as long as I have, is it's not just, people saying, oh, like it's a contest or I can do something and everything. I mean, there is a very established and serious need in our community, for grief counseling, because it's so ironic that in a little micro society like we have here, where you know there's such a sense of family and everything like that, when it comes to grieving or expressing like some sort of, you know, depression, you know, outright, you know, remorse or loss or anything like that, that can be a very personal thing, and people more often than not can kind of like, you know, just not really like draw upon, you know, their community or their family or their neighborhood and everything. Is that what you see?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think family is such a precious thing to us. And a lot of the times our mentality is, I don't want to share what I'm going through because I don't want to burden my family. I don't want to burden the ones that I love most. When on the opposite end, it's like, no, tell me, I want to help you. And sometimes the family environment may not be conducive to conversation. And so we just offer this as a free resource.
Now, as we talked about last time, I'd like to kind of like, you know, reiterate this, because grief and the kind of services that you specialize in, and, you know, you've got your certification in dealing with, you know, grief. It's such a wide spectrum of things. And, you know, we said last time, you know, grief can be, you know, my boyfriend dumped me, I failed a test, I just got fired from my job, a friend of mine, you know, passed away, you know, somebody I know got COVID and I'm really worried about them and everything like that. So when you approach dealing with someone in recognizing their grief and saying, you know, like, you know, this too shall pass, you know, it is a process, and, you know, this is a known thing. How do you actually like handle that on a one-to-one basis with people?
Yeah, so that's very interesting. So first we talk about defining grief and what is grief to you. A lot of people may not realize that they're struggling with grief because it's not necessarily there's no concrete definition, right? So first we start off with what grief is to them, and then we try to identify the type of griever that they are and what their immediate circles are, just because people respond different ways. Some people internalize it, and they like to journal, they like to, you know, think about things, or they like to do hands-on type work, and then some people like to express it. You know, they like to let you know what they're going through. They're very open and transparent about the struggles that they're dealing with. But when you have the two different types of grievers meet, one might think that the other is insensitive. So, you know, we want to make sure that we're identifying, hey, I'm this type of griever, this is how I handle it, and this is how I know to communicate it to my family. So identifying grief, the type of griever they are, and the ways that they grieve, and then the myths of grief. So there's a lot of misconceptions or wrong information, so we are just looking to educate them of, these are the things that are true. This is normal, this is natural, and you're not alone, right? So identifying those myths, and then we also teach a little bit of coping skills.
Maisie, I wanted to get in and ask, so do you get a lot of calls or messages? Because I feel like there's, you know, event-associated grief where you might have lost a loved one in the family, or, you know, some other type of tragic occurrence, right? But then there's also this, I don't know what to call it, but maybe just pandemic-related grief, where people just in dealing with the news and the, you know, the anxiety, the fear of just living under this pandemic, where they feel like a weight on them, or, you know, just a sense of loss where maybe they didn't necessarily lose anything. Or do you get a lot of people who are feeling that way coming out of this pandemic?
Oh, yeah. I've had several calls dealing with that, just because it's it maybe is not a physical loss, but it's a loss of lifestyle. So it's the staying home, right? The not being able to see family and friends. So yeah, a lot of people will call and say, am I actually dealing with grief? And so they just are using me to confirm, and that's great, because, you know, I'm able to say, like, yes, this is what you may be experiencing, and these are some ways to deal with it.
Okay, now
So
I totally, you know, believe in that, you know, the recognition of, you know, is this actually grief that I'm feeling? And how much of your job, Maisie, deals with like maybe delineating between, you know, stress and grief? Because you know, we've got a podcast. It's like the premiere of our podcast where we deal with like LGBTQ issues is coming up in about 18 minutes from now on Facebook. And the panel that we've got today, they're dealing with, they're sharing their coming out stories, and some of them said, you know, I came out to my father or my mother or my siblings, or, you know, people that I know in church or their classmates, what have you, and everything like that. Can that be considered a form of grief, or would that just be more stress related? And how would you deal with, like, if somebody came up to you and said, like, I'm really going through something, I want to share who I believe I really am in this age of, self-identification is so broad. But if someone came up to you like with those concerns, like, how would you counsel them?
Yeah, so stress is just one component of what grief is, and how we define grief at Guam War Memorial is just it's a multitude of feelings compressed into one, and so it can sometimes be conflicting emotions, such as I came out to my family and I'm relieved about that, but now I'm experiencing a distancing in relationship from them, and I'm really sad about that. So there's some sense of happiness and relief, but there's also a sense of, sadness coupled with that. And so those conflicting feelings are what grief is. And I think people, we often misdiagnose grief to say that, oh, yeah, I must be feeling depression, right? And grief is what you feel internally, and then what side effects are that are externalized is what can be diagnosed as like a condition. So grief is a very internal type things.
Yeah, I like how you phrase that when you said like misdiagnosed, because do you see, and over the course of your career and dealing with so many people in so many different situations, have you ever seen, like, maybe, for lack of a better term, like false positives, and people come to you and they say, I think I've got like a real grief situation, but they just get inside their own head and they maybe make it worse for themselves? I mean, I'm not trying to take away from anything that might be going through something.
Well, I think I myself have personal experience, and so this is what makes me so passionate about this, because I really struggle with some sort of anxiety, and it's been really difficult for me. And then I went through my own kind of grief recovery process where I took this class, I met one-on-one with somebody, and it was interesting. I had originally started meeting with her because I just wanted to learn more, and then I was like, wait a minute, my anxiety is caused by all these other factors, and if I can get to the root of these factors, then it will alleviate this symptom. And it's typical that anxiety and depression kind of go hand in hand. It's very common to see those two things together. And so, just in personal experience with medication, it helps alleviate the symptoms, but it never gets to the root of what we're experiencing. And so I am a total believer in this program, just because I've gone through it myself. I've seen the growth in just my mentality, and I think my emotional communication as well. And I think I would say, I'm a pretty good communicator, but when it comes to emotions, it's a completely different story. It's hard to communicate what you're feeling if you cannot properly identify it.
How long is the program? Because I know when I was going through like a little bit of I had a depression session like the year I lost, my father and my grandfather, and I got dumped really, really bad. That was a rough year. And so, like, the only thing I could say is I just want this to be, is there a book I can read? Is there a video I can watch or something like that? Is there a pill I can pop where I can just, get back to normal? I just want this to be like through and everything like that. So, but it is a process, and that's what I learned. I can say that now. So how long is your program?
Yeah, so the first consultation is absolutely free. It goes for 6 weeks, but the rest of the 5 weeks is independent. We'll give you material, we'll follow up with you. You can always ask us questions. But the first session is about an hour and a half. And then we talk through things, we kind of identify things in your life. And then the other 5 weeks is supplemental information. And it's really great. I did this with a friend just a couple of months ago. And I will tell you, by week 7, she was a brand new woman. It was just interesting just to see, because she was like, the first week she told me, she's like, Mandy, I'm not going to get through this. I think I need to come to you for a year. And I just said, well, let's see how you feel after 6 weeks. Let's see where we are from there, and then we can move forward. And what makes this different from counseling is that this is specifically hands-on. So there's worksheets, there's exercises for you to do, there's things for you to reflect upon, so that each week we can gauge a little bit of growth.
That's the important thing to remember, right? If you want to really get through this, you have to put in work. A lot of the time, it's just not going to go away.
Yeah, I actually had another friend that I was helping, and I was like, okay, well, let's talk about this and let's do this. And the first exercise in 10 minutes, she realized, she's like, everything that I'm dealing with now stems from something that I experienced in the 3rd grade. So she was like, I'm mind blown. So it's a pretty interesting thing. And then, I gave her supplemental, like, okay, this is some homework for you to do. And the homework is hard. It's tough. When I had to do my own homework, I cried through a lot of it. A lot of it was hard to face, but, you do it and you go through it. And there will be some people that say, I'm just not ready for the homework. I do not want to do it. We can't force them. We just meet them where they're at and leave that door open to say, okay, when you're willing and ready to talk, when you're willing to embrace what you're going through now, that's when we can move forward. But until then, we're not going to force anybody.
Yeah, and of course, again, it is a process, and you do have to go through like a series of steps, and you do have to make the effort if you want to get well. But how much truth do you put behind that, age-old cliche about, time heals all wounds? Is that part of the process too?
Zero.
Okay.
We put zero truth behind that. It's kind of like, okay, well, time doesn't heal. You can have a wound that's infected, and if you leave it to fester, then it just becomes more infected and can cause other problems.
That's a great point. That's also gross, but that's a great point.
Yeah, a lot. So the healing process takes time, but you must go through the healing process, and it's not time itself. A lot of the times people think that, and that's actually one of the myths that we address is time heals all wounds. And, if we don't address things, and that's like with anything else in our lives. So it's so interesting because there's no other area that we would say if something's broken, time will fix it. Or if something's damaged, time will fix it. But we just as human nature apply that to our emotional health. And that's absolutely an incorrect statement.
Thank you for that. No, now my mind is blown, as you were saying for your friend earlier. No, that was very, very revelatory. Yeah. Wow. I'm letting that one sink in.
And
I'm gonna make that the title of this YouTube clip, by the way. Time. Macy says from Guam Woodman Memorial, time does not heal all wounds. So go see her.
It was actually really interesting because I was talking one-on-one with a doctor, and she had mentioned, Macy, maybe as time moves on, things maybe get easier, but it is not healed. And she was telling me, she goes, our bodies are amazing. So if you have a broken arm and you have broken your arm, your bone can heal itself, but it does not mean that it's set right. And she was telling me, sometimes when you're talking to someone about the grief that you're going through or the depression that you're feeling, that person has to come in and re-break those bones to set it properly. And that process of healing is just as painful.
Okay, now you got me cringing when you said you have to break bones again.
So Jay, you got to break your heart again.
Oh boy,
somebody got to shatter your heart.
You mean I got to get dumped again to get over this?
You'd be like, I've been through this before. This is nothing.
Chris, why won't you call me back?
Yeah, so it's just definitely an interesting process, and it does take commitment.
Wow, that was very, very good. Okay, so now we've gone through so much and everything, and we really want people, now that you've said you stand ready for them and everything like that, to have the opportunity to get in contact with you and everything like that. So how can people reach you if they've got questions or if they do really feel inside like they have a need?
Yeah, definitely. So you can go ahead and message our Facebook page. I will respond to those messages. It's just Guam Windward Memorial on Facebook. You can search us. Actually, this weekend, this coming Saturday, we will be at the Farmers Market. We'll have a Guam Windward booth set up from 5 to 10. And we'll have a sign-up sheet if you're interested. We're also hosting a lunch and learn on August 14, and that's a free lunch, and we're having it 3 Squares. We love 3 Squares.
Nice, us too.
So if you were interested in learning more about the grieving process and planning ahead, you can see us at the farmers market, you can message our Facebook, or you can give me a call, and my number is 688-6371.
All right, and I don't think you're doing a very good job of covering up the fact that you're actually showing that food and healing like go hand in hand here on Guam.
Yeah.
Farmers market and 3 Squares, I'm there.
You know, and it's interesting because sometimes people are a little bit hesitant to come if it's just one-on-one, but when it's in a group setting and it's relaxed and they can realize, oh, well, maybe this person has the same questions that I have, it's a lot more conducive to conversation.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're very easy to discuss with here. I mean, we're talking live on Facebook and in Zoom and everything like that, but of course, if anybody out there is in need, if you're feeling a little bit hesitant, a little bit scared, just please give Macy a call. She's really going to take care of you, and it's your nature. You know, you are a very compassionate person, and you know, like that, people are going to get better with your help.
Yes.
Okay, and can we get a shot of Teddy one more time? That's our new that's our new running thing here. Before we let you go, having a nice fluffy dog is also very conducive to the healing process.
All right.
There we go. Video bomb.
Is the star of the show. Hi, Daddy.
He's a ginger.
He is. He is. And that's completely fine with me because my husband is Scottish, so it runs in our blood.
Yay. Well, Maisie, thank you so much.
Hey. When you get upstaged by a wonderful dog like that, that's no problem at all. So thank you, Maisie. We'll see you real soon. And that was another episode of The Greater Good, everybody, who was brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman. Of course, you saw they dropped off a wonderful donation here for our promotion. J. Goodman is a happiness company. And, of course, Maisie and her team at Guam Widmer Memorial, where they celebrate life. J. Goodman has quality products, the best customer support, and friendly service. You can order 24 hours a day at GuamGoodman.com. In-person pickup, you guys, and Guam delivery are absolutely free. Order with confidence because it is the J. Goodman way, and Maisie and her team at Guam Widmer Memorial, because love is everlasting. For more information or a schedule, she just gave you her phone number. Call 688-6371. We are back with more. Link right after this.
Get through the work. The KUAM Care Force present The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Widmer Memorial. Celebrate life.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
O'clock now, KUAM TV. Thank you so much to our viewers on KUAM TV. Our Facebook Live audience stretching from Eva Beach, Hawaii to Wisconsin even. Good morning, Wisconsin. Thank you guys so much for jamming with us. It's been another episode of The Link. This one, the Wednesday, August 4th episode of The Link, KUAM TV. My name's Chris. For Sabrina, Jason Salas, and Joe, sir. Si Dios Masia está. Adios! And we're back reminding you about Chicken Fries Friday at Burger King, where you order one chicken fries on a Friday, and then you say, I love, love, love chicken fries, and they're going to give you another one. Absolutely free. Also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Facebook Live, I leave you with our Cover Me for the day this Wednesday. And on the breeze side, we're KUAM FM, Agatni Guam, Guahusa Chris, está, Anjos.
Way. It's so peaceful. Every time I have to think about my days, I pray. Hoping you all okay. should take advice from you. You can hardly tell the truth now. What's coming out of your mouth could hardly hold a leaf down. Proud of how far you come within the divine kingdom. One day you choose to seek them, so tell them still love. Gotta do this, get back to that. Come on now, who do you think you're fooling with that? I'll remember, stay long. Oh, I'm not getting on that shit again. I'm not getting on that ship again. You can fool me, no, no, sail on. I'm not getting on that ship again. Never again, never again.